In the night, so cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold, hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold, dating bands rapping stories untold. Riding with rockets through your AI, up we go reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud, future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI, up we go reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI, up we go reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud, future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with AI, up we go reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts, midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
What's up, friends? Good morning. What are y'all doing? I was thinking while I was sitting here that I should let there be light. Come join us today. We're outside the Double D bands. I like the Double D's. I like it. That's a good name. Not for what you dirty minds are thinking about. It just sounds cool. The DD, Double D's. Morning. Yep, 100%. Oh, I was wondering why the chat isn't showing up to the right of the screen here. Need to enable it. Good morning, guys. All right, get to it. So I'll be on the My Fun and Futures show today at 10 o'clock Eastern. So at some point in the middle of the stream, I'm gonna have to like do some kind of switcheroo. I wasn't able to set up my camera to be able to do both. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little switcheroo. I'm going to have to cut the stream for a hot second here and then reopen my platform and yada yada, and then we'd be good without a camera. So there'll be a pause. Don't go anywhere when we pause. Okay. Good morning, everybody. What's up, Victor? Victor, our new moderator. Banned half the community already. Well, but the other half of you will be banned by today. What's up, Jim? What's up, PJ? What's up, Jonathan? Mad Yoda? What's up, Arch? What's up, here? Franco? Ian? Just a little smudge here. Two strike. Mike Houston. Trade Nix. Geki. Lee. Brian. Morstein. Mike. Jeter. Lee. Linda. David. Dontu. Chan. Hydra. Neto. Saab. Chris. 49. Quang. 2. Lee Media. Disco, Simon Dean, and New Life Pictures. What's up? Good morning. Okay, let's get ready to get started. We were outside DD Bands to roll out this morning. That is a new start to the day. And after we had Apple and Amazon earnings yesterday that actually came in better than I expected, which is the odd part. What is all this? Oh, this is these browser tabs open here. Oh yeah, if you guys saw my tweet to my this was a couple days ago, and then I made another like 10K yesterday. So this is what my Tradeify is looking like. I had 12K in payouts from accounts that got busted, so they don't show up in the P&L. So like the earlier accounts from like February, both of the ones that had payouts were 12K were actually no longer there. So added 12K to this. I was past the threshold there. So there you go, guys. We're at about 106 something thousand maybe. That was it. What should I do next? That's the big question. Who should I trade with next? Should I be on the top step big board? Should I try to become the biggest Apex payout right now? This is the influencers are screaming about that. The whole goal is I want to be the next multi-million dollar payout. Everyone wants to beat Jade Cap and his payout. Should I go out there for a $3 million payout? TPT? Where should I go so I can get the most celebration? The biggest trophy, if you may. The widest audience. The biggest stream of urine in the pissing contest. Which one? To be top step? On the top step leaderboard, which one should I win that'll give us the most glory here at Rocket Scooter? Take Jade out. 3 million with Apex shouldn't be too hard if you get lucky in a bull market. Full porting those accounts, 20 account copy trade. Do everything I tell you guys not to do and do it wrong. Top step seems to be a goal for you. That is one of my goals anyways. Short-term probability to Tradeify cut bread is setting up. Oh, well, absolutely. Tradeify is my my baby. Can't abandon my baby. Tradeify, I'm always going to trade with these guys are my favorite. I'm always going to have Tradeify up and running no matter what. So challenge Lance B. Oh my god, that guy's too busy selling garbage trading courses to make a day trade. It's been about a decade since he's made one. Top Step 28 pack. Let's do it. Hello, Matt. Good. Maybe the market be open downside. What would you say, Matt? Already open outside DD band. Already shrugging off the Amazon, Apple earnings. Now, let me tell you something really funny. Right while I'm teaching the boot camp, right when earnings came out and we dipped, guess what I did? I bought calls again. About to open in the money. I added calls just for day trading though. So I'm telling you, man, we'll be waking up with another 10 or 15 grand today. And I'm gonna sell them right at the open. I still have my swing that I held on to going forward. I held some runners after I sold yesterday at the top. I made 50K on this options trade with a 50K investment, 100K, or it's a 100% increase. Super awesome. The BDH, yeah, I'll be at the BDH probably in like mid-May or late May. I mean, we're still on a schedule when it's gonna happen. IDOC and I are both going to head out to Florida. What does opening above DD band mean for everybody? Oh, that's a great question. Shall we explore this together, guys? Okay, first and foremost, to do our first, and I'm about to make you guys a pre-market check or a daily checklist to go with the boot camp. I realize it's going to be very important. What do we do every single morning? There's a routine, right? And we have a pre-market checklist, but let's do we need like this is what you do all day. The first thing you always do is your greater market, okay? So greater market is very important. I think there was some talk that China and Trump were working something out. I remember there was some kind of news about this. I didn't even pay attention to the market yesterday. Non-farm payrolls came out this morning as well. They came out really nice and we took a nice little bump up. So forecast was 138 and came out at 177. That's huge. Unemployment rate hasn't changed at all. It's great. The economy's in great standing. We love it. But overnight, there was some chit chat about something related to Trump or something. And tariffs. I saw it in passing, so I don't know if I'm making this up or not. But either case, market's back up, pressing highs, and we're doing good. Apple and Amazon earnings both came through positive as far as my expectations were. They both beat earnings per share estimates, I believe. Let's get back to the end of the day yesterday. Oh, I need some talking points. I'm gonna be on the My Funded Futures show in a little bit, so make sure I get this handy for me. It's over here. I'll talk about the GDP. So Apple came in beating earning per share estimate, revenue estimate, both of them. But the market decided to sell a little bit on that news, and I thought that was really interesting. Apple came out after Amazon, and Amazon came in as a beat as well, at least in my opinion. So, unaffected by the tariffs as much as people thought they would. I don't know if this is compared. I didn't compare this to last print. That's probably what it was. So, as far as the estimates go, beat estimate. I don't know if it's down from like the last print though, but whatever. So opening above DD bands, let's do greater market and then we'll talk about it. First thing you do is you analyze your greater market. Greater market, number one, DD ratio greater than half. It's definitely gonna be greater than half because it was greater than half yesterday and we're gapping up today. Easy as that. SPY greater than MHP, we don't know until the market opens. But we've been below it for the last 4 days. But this time, we might be above it with a gap up like this. This would be great, a return to a really strong bull market. Number three, monthly maps, not expected to change at all. Because the market has not had any kind of extended volatility. And you'll notice when VIX flies off the handle, monthly maps likely changes very drastically. VIX hasn't changed at all, nice progression downward. So monthly maps we can still predict are going to be bullish. DD ratio greater than half bullish. Ladies and gentlemen, we get in the habit every single morning, type in chat, how many of these need to be bullish for me to be a bull? Which one? How many do I need? Just one. Just the one of us. We only need just one. Perfect. All right, next step, we're gonna go to check VIX futures, and then we'll check as we always do. VIX futures are above our May triple B, which is this number right here. As long as they're above this one monthly number that I give you guys, market's gonna be clean, razor sharp, overshooting pivots, nice and clean market, easier to trade than that bear market we've had. Triple B is 2805, VIX is below it. Check. Can't complain. Last thing we're going to look at is the VVIX. Talk about the VIX's sensitivity to events and news. The VVIX is not below 100 yet, but close enough. Below 100 is kind of like where it's stabilized, and below 90 is where it's like the sweetest spot. On crazier bull markets. We're still above 100 with VIX in decay, a market rallying up. This is what they call a bear market rally. We're still rallying, but it hasn't flipped bullish yet. We're not above MHP and things like this to require the market to be like as bullish as it can get, but it's still definitely riding pretty good and bullish. Let me check on so I'm gonna dump my options position right at the open. Again, I love when I get big runs like this. I'll probably get 50% on these options already again. I actually closed everything leading into, actually, wait, I'm not gonna close this. Never mind. Don't listen to me. I hope, I'm not, let me see what target I'm at. So what I did was, right after the earnings, I just went and bought more. At the close of yesterday, I calculated, since some of my expirations were on the May the 9th, I didn't believe I was going to get there unless the market just went straight up. So I knew I wasn't going to hit my target. Once my options were up 100%, I decided to close them out at the high yesterday and get out of the way of earnings, and then somehow get back in for a further date out. So I was hoping today that we would have some downside, maybe for a day or two I can buy more. But after Apple and Amazon earnings kind of just crapped the bed, fell to where they fell, I decided to just quickly day trade it. So like right after market close, right for options market closed, I bought some calls. And so they're probably up a lot. So the market has moved like a ridiculous amount overnight, which is great. When that happens, I didn't get a lot. I only put like maybe 10 grand into that. But I'll probably make another 10G. I love bull markets, man. It's not the $1 million trade I wanted, but I might make 100K out of this total. We'll see how enthusiastic the markets are. Okay, we're above monthly hedge pressure. We're above DD bands. I'll answer your question earlier what we do. We got 30 more minutes, though, for market opens. Next thing we do, after analyzing the monthly maps, we double check and make sure that we have our monthly resilience and monthly hedge pressures in the right spot. 2592. Okay, perfect. Then we go through our pre-market check. What's going on today? Do we have anything worth noting? Check the juice, see if there's anything going on in the news. We know that we had non-farms come out today, so that's it. Trump's calling the Fed once again to lower rates. Not going to happen. Effective Fed funds rate 4.33 May 1st versus April 30th. No change in futures. People aren't expecting any change for a while. Post NFP data. Yeah, NFP is not going to affect the Fed. The Fed's not going to do anything for a while. People need to get that out of their heads. All right, double check if there's any news today. It's our pre-market warm-up. We do the same thing every day, guys. Don't forget to hit the like button today. We'll be doing our ETF giveaway and probably some take profits, and we'll do Tradeify when we get to 500, like every single day. Anything else in the news coming out today? Nothing else. It is Friday, so there is nothing more on the news. And don't forget, Wednesday next week, we have FOMC. So nice and clean news. Nothing really going forward. Now we just have basically technical stuff. Now, technical stuff, what do we do outside the DD bands? You review your cheat sheet, hand you guys these cheat sheets in Rocket Scooter. Super simple. You guys remember the other day when we dropped below the bands and I told y'all, no shorting. You guys ever see The Sandlot? forever. Forever. No shorting. Ever. Ever, ever. Forever, ever. Forever, ever. Forever, ever. Never. Never, never. And the market rallied like crazy. There's a reason. Like, the odds were against you to jump in on the short, and had a handful of people on the stream like, maybe I should take a short and jump in on this. And I was like, please do. It was nice knowing you on the stream. I lost a viewer. These guys are going to lose everything, quit trading. Anyways, up here. Ready? 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 No shorting. Windy peppercorn. No shorting. Never. Never, never. No shorting up here either. The DD ratio less than half. You can short when it falls back in below green, but off of the green, 0 means 0. No. Well, actually, that's funny. That says no, but this says oh. Maybe hopefully we won't see people to see the cheat sheet thing that says no. This is a yes with the normal. This is a no. The ratio is definitely going to be greater than half. We already estimated that. There's absolutely no shorting up here for any reason whatsoever. The only thing one could ever short on in our setup. And again, if it falls from here, then it falls from here. Miss out of it if it sells off. This great bull market sells off, let it. Here are the stats. 88% of days will close between these lines, 4% above, 8% below. And you say, aha, well, because the 88%, why don't I short it back in? Because we don't fade bull markets. Just because it's 88%, it means inside the bands. It doesn't mean sell off. So let me explain what that means as soon as I get my mental tool here. Is that bear markets tend to break this band a lot and sell off really hard, and then 88% of days make their way back in. Bull markets, however, and makes its way back in and actually gives you like a substantial rally. Bull markets, however, rarely break. This breaks a lot, but then always rescues itself most of the time. The bull market side, however, rarely breaks. Rarely breaks. So when it does break, it tends to stay up here. And then usually you don't know how high it's going to go until it comes back in. And then if it does come back in the bands, it's usually like right here. The green days do not sell off. So the opportunity there is very small to short. To bet that a market's going to turn spontaneously red and sell off. We have no news today, nothing going up. The only thing that's on the docket is Fed for Wednesday. So doubt today is going to do anything other than surprise people. Even on profit taking on Apple and Amazon earnings, they did beat expectations. It still rallied, and we're still gapping up and trading up even higher than we were yesterday morning, right? So that's pretty good. No shorting, but it's gone up so much it has to come down. Yeah, I know, right? As I quoted somebody, again, a trader who I like, but again, there's a lot of new traders, and not people get their panties in a wad when you give them the reality. All these fucking kids out there want everyone to think they're the gods at trading, and they're not really that, not like the god of trading. But a lot of new traders out there and influencers are very new, and they make a lot of new trader mistakes just because they're new. Doesn't matter if they're popular, they're new, and new people make new people mistakes. And there's somebody I quoted yesterday that said, I want a long, but I feel like it has to come down before it goes up. And I feel like that's the newbie mentality that I had that was very dangerous, doubting the market that I had. And the thing was, I'm shorting, I'll see you at 0. They made a joke about blowing up, and they certainly are blowing up today. So the point I'm saying is that you can't just feel like the market needs to come down before it goes up. It's a little noobish mentality. Markets never want to go down. As a matter of fact, markets don't go down. We press them down on occasion, and then once we're done pressing them down, they pop right back up. Proof of that is when markets crash, they don't sit at 0. Once the market's done crashing, it's rallying. See, if something had weight and was falling and wanted to fall, once it crashed, it'd stay at 0 and take a significant amount of effort to lift it back up. But in the history of the stock market, every time the crash was over, the market immediately, a day later, was ready to rally. Did y'all notice? Every crash, every sell-off, every 1929, every whatever, doesn't just fall, and the market sits at 0 for 3 years. So people decide, economy's bad, let's sit at 0. No, there's always a point where once the crash is over and the market's rally started, it's immediate. So there's no weight to the market. It's like once you're done pushing it down, you let go of the push, it floats back up. And that's kind of the thing you need to know. So when you bet on the market needs to come down or needs to go up, that's just silly. Never happens like that. You need to bet that the market presses lower for some reason. Why are we going to sell off? Why are we selling our stuff? You could have said, well, because Amazon, Apple earnings are going to be bad. Okay, that's one reason. But just to feel that the market needs to come down for up is silly. The market's literally closing yesterday and gapping up and going today. Markets necessarily in 2018 or 19, whatever it was, I'll show you guys a time when the market, I call it stupidly rallied. And the market was really unforgiving to people that had that mentality. And this was like, ruin your life mentality if you thought that. Remember, don't ever feel like the market needs to come down. Wake up, read what is, and work on what is. Don't try to like do too much analyzing. Oh, geez, no. Let's do it. Let's try here. Watch this. Let me show y'all. This is a fun exercise. I'm about to take you guys to school for a minute. It's me. You're that new trading influencer. Everybody and every influencer out there's a new trading influencer. I'm the only boomer on YouTube. I'm actually not a boomer, but nothing personal against anybody. Everyone makes the mistake, but the feeling is something I felt when I'm new. The lesson is we've all been new, and I was new, and I used to feel the same way. Doubted the market, and the market literally handed my ass to me a lot. So imagine that you were doubting this rally, up, sell, up, sell, and you're like, okay, you know what? It needs to come down for it's up. Let me short this. Okay, all right, let me short this. Look on my screen. You'll see this. This is what happens. I remember being here for this. Okay, whatever. Let me short this. It's got to come down for sure. Okay. Well, shit. All right. Well, there's the wick. Let me short this. Well, fuck. There's the green candle. Okay, let me short this. Well, God, there's the green candle. Let me short this. Got to come down, right? Oh my God. I'm losing all my money. What the fuck? Well, maybe it's going to come down there. There's a green candle. Oh, phew. All right, universe, you saved me. This is the pullback. I know I'm negative, but it's probably going to pull back before it goes. Oh my God. What's happening? What the fuck? Huh. Thank you, God. Well, I mean, it closed below the open, but maybe this is the one. Oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, this is it. Oh, please make it stop. Please make it stop. Why? It's gotta come down. No, okay, it broke highs, but now it's selling off. This is the one. And scene. All right. So anyways, you get it? All right. And then it crashes. Okay. Anyways, that's what happens. You see what I'm saying? Like, never underestimate the power of bull stupidity. Just don't. And that's kind of how it is. Like, don't be that. Like, if the market there's been eras of the market where it doesn't come down before it goes up. So the mentality is dangerous. It comes down for a reason. What's the reason? And that's coming in to do. Okay. So no throwing shade. I love all the people out there, but be careful. Everyone of you, be careful thinking you're afraid. The reason millionaires aren't made in the stock market is people are afraid to be a bull when the market's pivoted out. You have to think of yourself, the market's going to sell off on some reason. Well, tariffs. Okay, well, we already priced in the tariffs. They need to come back and be worse for the market to find lower lows. So as they're fighting back and forth, maybe tariffs are on the table, off the table. The market's going to play around in the same range that we're in. It's not going to do anything other than just stay here or get better. If the tariffs get better, the market goes up. If the tariffs get worse, the market stay in the same range because we already priced in the tariffs being here. You have to have additional news or additional bad problems for the market to back even further. So in a short squeeze mentality, people are getting pushed out of that bear side because Trump surprised everybody with the tariffs are off the table thing, right? They're possibly going away. So there are still bears holding on to the mentality of, well, you know, it's very possible that they come back in full force. But then, of course, you have to understand the market's already priced in the full force tariffs. So we wouldn't fall to lower lows. We wouldn't crash the S&P 3000. We would literally fall to the low that we already saw, that 4,500 level. That panic low was pricing in the maximum effect of the bad tariffs. So the idea that the market is going to just fall out of the sky is very hard. Because what you're going to do is doubt the bull market. Doesn't mean jump in today and long from here, but it means that every day you watch your greater bull market and you take it for what it's worth. And you read what is. and you only trade what is, and let the market prove you wrong. Don't try to guess the market, because even me, I don't guess the market right. Makes sense. So the point I'm saying is that a lot of times it's, so what I do is I'm taking long stab and long stab and long stab and long stab and long stab, and the minute the market proves me wrong and we have something that is unusual that happens that shouldn't happen, like we lose MHP and breakdown, we lose liquidity pocket and breakdown, something that shouldn't happen that happens indicates the market's irrational or weird, then I've lost the trust of the market. Then I stop. I let the market prove me wrong. Until then, I ride the wave every day with no fear, and no fear that this is the top, maybe it's coming down. If I get in at the wrong time and then it's the top and it comes down, then I finally take my loss. But that's absolutely okay, because, you know, the point of this is that you don't want to miss out on this. And this is what my Tradeifys have looked like. Add 12,000 to that, that's my total. Or 14, I guess 12 something thousand, whatever. Oh, well, this is yesterday's picture. It's actually gone up more than that, because I made like 10K yesterday. But the idea is that this was the bear market. My goal was just to survive. Here's the bull market. And then I'm not afraid to take the bull market. The day that I'm wrong and I take a huge hit, okay, then the market's flip-flop the other way. But I'm not worried or scared of the market and fearful or trying to bet that it goes back. Because I remember when I was trading in 2017, I remember the feeling of that. It was like everybody was like, the market's rallied so much this year. It can't keep rallying. What's going on? It's got to come back. And that month, the one that I went through the theatrics with, I remember those feelings. I remember probably trying to short that. I remember having that mentality. And the market just kept going up and up and up and up. And then every day you're like, maybe this is the day. And it surprised everyone. That was like a month of trading and it just went straight up. It's crazy, right? I woke up on the right side of the bed today. Yeah, of course I did. You know, there people are saying that like Matt got into streaming. This is what somebody said. Matt got into streaming because he used to be a performer. He was an actor in a band, and he's a trader. So he needed a place so he can do math club and theater at the same time, and therefore he got into streaming trading, which I guess is very correct. Did you sell your 516 calls today? Well, I'll tell you something. I'm still holding some of my runner here. But at the dip of Amazon Apple earnings, right at the bottom, like literally right here, I re-upped some calls at 10K worth just to trade. And every time I get a nice little bump like this, I'm always eager to take my 100% profit and close out. I'm no longer swinging this, by the way, except for a runner. I've closed out the majority of my long position at 100% gain. And it's just because I'm not going to hit my 509 target, which is in 1 week from now. I don't think I'm going to hit 510 and 505 QQQ by then. We're trading closer to 489, 490. So I don't think we'll get there unless I get very lucky. And of course, they'll be worth a couple $100 more thousand. But because I'm risking losing it all, I might as well just take the 100K gain. If there was 3 weeks left on this, I'd hold through it. But so my goal is now to wait for a big sell-off day. If I get one, then load up for the next swing. If I get a big sell-off week or next week we round off and pull back a little bit, I'm going to jump in for June. It's the same kind of trade. I'm giving myself a month and bump it up. I'm a market wizard. I called it. Well, thank you. Trump coin is a symbol of strength, independence, and determination. Imagine buy Trump coin today at $11. The price rises to 500 by 2025. That return over 4,000%. That's what you're saying. Hey kids, look. Hey kids, come here. Look, it's a moron. Ooh, I've never seen a moron, Daddy. Take pictures. They won't be here long. God. Ooh. But good luck buying Trump coin. That's still a thing. Yeah, my kids are there. Am I just buying calls at the strike price, or are we doing something else? I'm doing something else. I buy out of the money calls so that I can get lot of leverage, a really big gain. I could buy in the money calls or near the money calls, but if I'm going to just swing trade at the money, I'm going to go ahead and just trade it with futures. I play that theta loss game just so I can get a bigger gain. Trading S&P or NASDAQ this morning? Both. So guys, in about 45 minutes, I'm going to be appearing on the My Funded Futures show. So it's going to be like weird transitioning. I'm going to have to like cut the stream out for a hot second and load the stream back up with no camera. I hadn't figured out how to split my camera two different ways. And so what I'm going to do after I do that, don't go anywhere. I'm just going to announce it like, guys, I got to go. Stay here. I'm going to cut the stream out and then turn it right back on in 10 seconds later. So you'll see a pause in the stream and then it'll kick back on. I saw it, Simon, but I didn't get a chance to do it because IDOC wanted to do stuff yesterday. So I got busy. IDOC woke up to a boom upstairs that I didn't break my hip again, did you? I almost did. I was about to tell you to call an ambulance. Okay, so what do we do outside of DD bands? Let's review. Minus the theatrics. Let me tell you, this is what we do. So greater market's good and positive. Things are nice. I don't short. If the market does something weird, I just sit out. So what I'm looking for outside of the bands are long, strong pivots only. Bear zone top, bull zone bottom, MHP. If we're on MHP and the resilience is greater than 0, it's a nice strong long. If DD ratio is greater than half, your zone targets are strong longs, even above the bands. The band itself is also a long when DD ratio is greater than half. Small positions only, small longs only, small longs only. If we tuck back in below the band with the ratio greater than half, we still don't short. We let it fall to a strong pivot, just like a normal bull market, and we long it back to the band. So the two setups that happen inside of here are any strong pivot down here that we find to the band and close out if it tucks in, or any strong pivot above here with the proper confluence to long to next level. And what is next level is we need to find like some yellow lines, red lines, or whatever, see what we got our gap fills. So while we got 9 minutes left in the market, let's explore and see if we got any of those. QQQ has a gap fill at 493.5. So it's kind of a while away, but maybe we'll see. 493.5 QQQ gap fill is nearby. Horizontal ray. So QQQ gap fill there. SPY has a gap fill. We got to find our upper targets, remember. So SPY is at 575.9. There. So other than that, let's double check if we have any margin buffer limit pivots over in 2249 in futures on NASDAQ. Okay, we have red lines and stuff. I don't know what any of that is down there, but we'll kind of deal with this. 2371 and 2249. These are liquidity pivots from the way down. We're gonna look at. Oh, geez, I haven't even done my yellows. I'm a little behind. What happened where? Where'd I go? Wait, what happened? Can I show us NQ, DD, and MHP? Yeah, right here. Here. S&P is going to be 5787. $818. You guys, I gotta run a quickie yellow calc. Hold up. Oops. 476.75. They're in there, but that's not nearby. The run nearby there. Yeah, so there's a yellow line right here. Okay, let's double check. I've been lazy and I haven't been doing these. Yeah, there's certainly one right here. Oh, that's hard to tell. Maybe not there. It's 6 minutes. Racing the clock here. I just when I thought we had one. Maybe we didn't. That's why I didn't draw it. Yeah, that doesn't count. Oh, back here. I was like that. I knew I was in the wrong spot. Okay. Yep. Okay. You guys about to witness something truly magical here. Oh, that was yes. Oh, we already had that. Okay. That's already been dealt with. That's okay. That is where we are now. Okay. $56.80. Okay. There's nothing else nearby. That's a resistance pivot, by the way. Best yellow line calculation history. Looking for longs in NQ today? Possibly. Just depends on what the maps show. Do you believe we could take longs off the DD band? You can always long off the DD band. That's always a rule I do. Was there a specific person that got me into trading? My best friend at the time was the one that talked me into trading. 2010. Other than that, he didn't talk me into it. He told me about it, and I got inspired to join. And then when I was an engineer, I used to study the commodities markets because we used to order catalysts made out of platinum. So we would study platinum prices, and I got obsessed with like market prices to try to figure out how to better gauge the market so I could save my company money. And so 2 and 2 together, trading became like something I got interested in. What do you call the red lines again? Illiquidity pivots. And yellow lines are margin buffer limit pivots. We call them both illiquidity pivots in general. Market's moving higher today on non-farm payrolls data. So we're gonna kind of map this out really quick. Anything there? Nope, there's no red line there. Nope, nothing yet. So let's put this all to the side. I only have 1 minute. No time to do NASDAQ red lines. We'll just have to kind of wing it today. What's up, guys? Don't forget to smash the like button. We're here. We're live. Oh, I didn't realize my necklace was like choking me like this. I look like I'm wearing like a choker. I look like a goth chick. Hold up. Well, I guess when I jumped on the floor. That's really funny. Hold on 1 second. Are illiquidity pivots static? They are static. They don't move. I show them on NASDAQ? Yeah. So we're sitting here on NASDAQ. Hold up. We're looking at this at the open. So let's get our maps out in a couple minutes. See where the pivoting lies. Longing off the band is always a really good shot. I love taking those kind of longs. I'll let it pull back just a little bit and see what we get. Ooh, MHP nearby. Good. So MHP longs on the table. I love it. So this is about 60 points lower on NASDAQ. So 20.030. That's right on par here. So this is QQQ proxy. That's I'm along off of that. Oh, this is gonna be a beautiful setup. Perfect. All right, so look at SPY. SPY is in between pivots as well. SPY is bounce in between here. Good deal. Yeah. So SPY has hedge pressure support here. Good deal. Gonna let it pull back one more time. $564.60, about 25 point rip from about here. That takes us right about 57 some change as an upper target to there. So here to here. I'm not going to jump in from here. I'm going to let the market move and then make my decision from there. You're getting a different map? Not the wrong map? Oh, shit. What happened? Oh, you know what? You guys are right. Okay. That would have been super exciting. 47.5. Okay. My bad. That's actually here. So that's that resistance target on QQQ. That's actually here. So there's trading inside of here. A break of MHP is a continuation to the upside. All right, let's get ourselves a... Let me double check this. So SPY is in between no man's land. No shorting off of this with the... Oh, actually, well... MHP resilience is negative. This could be a short from here. But I don't short above the DD bands, but it could hit this and pull back. So limited move to the upside. Maybe 10 points from here. So 57.03. That's the resistance. So 10 points on this. Question is, do I want to take it? In the middle, I'll take the bounce. If we do get it. So today's setups are pretty clean, but also very short distance. Here to here is all we got. Here to here is what we got. If you break here, it's sit out and do nothing. There's nothing below this. Resiliences are positive, so this band is going to be support. Hedge pressure is support. Monthly hedge is resistance, so choose your poison. That's my thought. What's up, guys? Don't forget to hit the like button. We're doing giveaway today. ETF giveaway in a couple hours. Today I'll be featured on the My Funded Futures morning show. So these guys are pulling me in. They want me in like once a week. So I'll be jumping onto that. This will be the first time I'll be streaming here still, but also over there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have to cut the stream off for a little bit. And once I cut off the stream, you guys will be like paused. They'll be spinning for a hot minute. And then just kind of like hang tight because I have to turn it off and turn it back on. Question is, do I want to take along with these stronger pivots here? So QQQ is hitting upper target, unfortunately. Okay, I just dumped my options for 88%. I just took a quickie scalp trade. So not my swing that's holding out till the 16th. I bought some after Amazon and Apple earnings. I grabbed the dip like right there after the stock market had closed, right before the options market closed. I grabbed the dip there. For some short day trade gamble. That was kind of fun. That's becoming a celebrity. Hope you're never going to lose me. What are you talking about? I got offered to host one of these morning shows and I turned it down for you guys. So I ain't going anywhere. I got offered to host and my friend who asked me, he's like, hey, I want you to host the show. But the first thing he said was, I know you're probably going to say no. And it's probably a terrible fit for you, but here it is. If you want it. And I was like, yeah, I know I can't do it. I got my YouTube thing. He was like, oh, no, I know, man. I just figured you're the perfect candidate for it. Been thinking about you. And like, I was like, you'd be, and I was like, I know I'd be the perfect candidate for it. I'd love to do it. But it was a pretty substantial salary too that was offered. I turned it all down. Because like, I can't host a show and host this show. And I don't want to lose you guys. Y'all are my favorite. Great question is, do we take the long and hedge pressure down here? Do I risk it for part of a biscuit? Maybe a couple crumbs. I don't hate the idea, but brr. Hedge pressure SPY. Let's take a look at S&P right on that bounce there. Just for funsies. Just one? Okay. Hedge pressure, the monthly hedge pressure as a trade. Let's take it. Oh, I grabbed, yeah, S&P here. By proxy, let's double check NASDAQ. QQQ at hedge pressure as well, yeah. This is for a small scalp too. Cool. I don't hate it. Risk it for a few crumbs of the biscuit. It's not even a full biscuit. Risk it for just a couple taters. All right, I loaded up in 4 of my accounts. Playing it small here. Small trades only. You guys know the rule. Dude, you can't beat hedge pressure. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, my 10 points. 20, 30, 29. I got my 60 points. Got my 10 points on NASDAQ. 10 points S&P. Halfway there. I like taking my 10 points. Let's take my 10 points. And close, and close, and close. Not the biggest trade in the world, but a trade. Only took in 4 of my accounts. I know it could probably go up to monthly hedge pressure, but let me let it bounce around just a little bit more. We are getting resilience dump. That's what scared me out of this position. NASDAQ resilience is dumped. I fully close everything. That's a good start to the day, whatever that is. It's like 3,000 bucks. Man, I love just making 3 grand at the open. Remember yesterday it was like 8 grand at the open. So we'll chill. I'll take it one more time. Taters for the haters. Okay, so in about 20 minutes, I got to disappear from the camera, but the stream will still be active, so don't go anywhere. Again, it could still go all the way to hedge pressure. I am losing resilience here, which is kind of at the top of the redistribution zone for QQQ. This white resilience typically means resistance from here. So while SPY hasn't completed its move, NASDAQ is kind of roughing it. It's kind of near its pivot. So that is that full breadth of that move on NASDAQ. And so just that little scalp is good enough. And when I jumped on the floor, I scraped my elbow a little bit. We are gaining on S&P. We are gaining. So normally, I don't take the MHP breaks. I just trade from here to here. I did close out a little early at the gap fill. I always close out on my interrupts. So I could have held for another 40 points on NASDAQ. I could have. But for a hot minute there, I was just kind of like, well, let me just take the scalp and then let me let it play out and see what happens next. That's it. That's just the trade from balance point to balance point. It's pretty simple, sought out. I destroy my body on your behalf. That's right. All right, guys, we'll be doing a giveaway today at, let's see. I don't know how long the My Funded Futures show is, but as soon as it's over, I will do giveaways here. So don't leave the stream yet. Today we're doing 3 ETF static account giveaways. And of course, if we have 500 plus people in stream, which we do, by 11 a.m. Eastern, we give away a Tradeify funded account. I give away a Tradeify funded account every single day that we break that level. Once we start getting 750, I'll give away 2. When we break 1,000, I'll give away 3. So I'm telling you guys, I'm giving away funded accounts every day, not evals, not combine accounts. I get you guys the premium top dollar, best of the best. I'm Tradeify's #1 guy. So I get you guys funded accounts, and I give away a funded account daily. I make funded traders happen here. So the 150K funded account is worth $700 something. So we take care of you guys. All right, so now I'm just chilling. MHP is always a resistance. The thing that you're looking for on the continuation of the bull move. This is why I did close my option position just for the profit that I had. And that was just a day trade I was doing off of the volatility. To break here and keep going, you're going to want MRES greater than 0 to support that. And MRES right now is less than 0. It's this orange line here. So the stocks themselves are not picking up positive bullish gamma on this move. Or can you listen to the show that I'm on? Well, I'll still be here. You'll be able to hear me talk. But if you guys want to see that show, you would tune in there. And I don't know where the link is, but it's on their YouTube channel. So My Funded Futures YouTube channel. I call the 2030 bounce. Yeah, of course I did. Of course I did. What do I do if it breaks QQ orange line? I can take a trade from here to here. It's a commit to trade. It's about 123 points move up with about a 40-point stop. It's about 3-to-1. However, I really need the confluence to want to take it. And without these 2 lines giving me confluence, I'm going to be very hesitant to take that day trade further. The best part about today, guys, is we have liquidity pockets nearby. The universe, if the universe decides to be very generous to us, will hand us this trade as about a 90% probability that that dip is bought up here. So if there is any quote unquote selling, the market sells off, we got LPs. An LP, when somebody asks what's Matt's favorite trade, this is my bread and butter. 90% setup. ED ratio greater than half. This guy's going to bounce like a trampoline. We got that guy sitting for us right there. So liquidity pockets are one of the best setups you can do. They're perfect scalps. Harmonious. S&P hits half gap from there, and both of the S&P and NASDAQ are supporting their half gaps. So this white level right here, what that does is it tells me that we're supporting 561.5 or whatever on S&P. So any selling is going to support inside of here. Good deal. Yeah, no shorting any of this. Do I get extra discounts from MFF? Yeah, so we get 5% off. So they price their stuff low enough as it is when we get 5 additional % off of whatever their price is. Sometimes I take it to 50% retracement. Sometimes I take an X resistance. So Arvin, usually I'm looking for 10 points S&P and 40 points NASDAQ. If it like retraces to 50 points NASDAQ, I'll hold out for a little bit more. Usually when I retrace it, I'm holding out for a little bit more than my 40. A lot of these trades are going to be 1-to-1 setups, so I try to get my 40 points and 10 points. Other than that, if I don't have full confluence, I'll just exit on the retrace as well. If I have really full confluence, I'll take it all the way to pivot. Usually a judgment call I make. If everything lines up, I'm going to hold. Good call. You find yourself singing the Rocket Scooter song after the show? I know. Like, we're walking to the grocery store and I'm like, dun, 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 dun. Ride that scooter through the haze. And Lidoc is like, and I'm like, what? It's catchy. MFF has 50% off right now. Ooh, very nice. So our code will get you 50% off. So our code gives the best deal they have, but our code also gives 5% off if they don't have a deal. So that's how it works. So always use our code with My Fun and Futures Rocket Scooter. The more you use our code, this is what I tell you guys. You know how I can give away, like the prop firms have donated 46 accounts for me to give away every month. And I go out and buy like 30 more. And so I buy them and give them away to you guys. So, you know, if the more you guys use our code, the more these prop firms give it to us. There's a space race. There was a time when each one of them gave us like, here's 3 accounts, here's 3 accounts. And everybody gives us like, hold on, more. Take Profit gives us 13. Tradeify gives us 12. ETF gives us 12. Like people are like, let me give you more. Let me give you more. Let me give you more. Because you guys are using our code a lot. So these prop firms are throwing accounts at us. The more you use our code, the more accounts you get giveaways. A lot of the influencers out there will negotiate salaries with these prop firms. Here, let me tell you guys, you want some real talk? Okay. I was offered a salary for a prop firm that I turned down. A salary. And I'm not telling you how much the salaries are, but I'm going to give you a magnitude. Okay. It's certainly many 5 figures a month salary. And it's certainly less than 6 figures, but slightly less than 6 figures a month to just promote a prop firm. Now, let me tell you something. I turned it down. And in lieu of that, I said, I just want more giveaway accounts to give away on the stream. I feel like that's more important. It also required exclusivity and you have to promote only them, yada, yada, yada kind of thing. And I would say I would rather just have more accounts to give away to my viewers. So that's why most of the influencers out there still do like a giveaway every, you know, once a week or once or whatever, because they instead negotiated for a big salary for themselves. You know, and I said, I want to give away 10 accounts a day to everyone else. Take that affiliate money and give it away to the viewers. I don't need it. You guys have a whole different variety. My job here is not to sway you guys to use any one firm. My goal here is to teach you guys how to milk them of all their money. And so I've now worked my way into, I've only been doing this for like 2 or 3 months, but now I've worked my way into getting, I have 46 accounts for free to give away every single month between all the partners. And the more you guys do it, the more I go back to them every month and say, give me some more. The other guy gave me more and they're like, oh, okay, I'll give you more. And they love it too, because they love to see their brand get out there. You know, it's like, you kids, you guys come out here. I'm like the weird old guy that when you remember in your elementary school and you went to your DARE class, you guys remember DARE? Where they talk to you about how some sleazy weirdo with a trench coat and a fedora is going to be sitting in an alleyway. It's like, hey kids, come here. You want to smoke a cigarette? You guys remember DARE from like 3rd grade? Oh, I'm giving you guys your first cigarette by bringing you to the prop firms, I guess. I'm bringing you guys to the futures world. Remember that? They always thought that some shady dude in a trench coat was gonna, hey kid, you want some crack cocaine? He ain't gonna be giving it away. Are you kidding me? Be selling it. Nobody gives away drugs. Come on now. I always thought that was silly when I was a kid. I was always like, the police officer would come to your school with all the samples of all different drugs and the little poster board. Hey kid, want a crack rock? First one is free. It's like, it doesn't work like that. Yeah, that's happened to anyone ever. Wasn't their mascot a weird looking chicken? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Well, Tommy went to Texas school, so he remembers DARE. I don't know if you guys had DARE where you guys went to school, but yeah, it was like, I think, wasn't it Nancy Reagan that started DARE? It was like a national thing. It was a national thing. All DARE did was teach me about drugs. Yeah, this drug, well, why do people take it, officer? Well, it makes them feel good. And you're like, oh, really? Tell me more. You know what I mean? Like they say statistically, DARE didn't actually do anything to the numbers of it didn't make a dent. It was a neutral program. It was Reagan, wasn't it? Yeah. You learn a lot about drugs. Yeah, so I'm like the guy in the trench coat. Hey kids, come here. You ever heard of a prop firm? First one's free. Got some red candle coming out here. Let me make sure I follow the news on Financial Juice and see what's going on here. So this is a nice little opening move. I got what's about $3,000. I'm very hesitant to take big, long, strong pushes from outside the bands. It's only really scalps only. If MRES is greater than 0, I could take this trade, but we're getting a little bit of deterioration in the resiliences. So this is just an in and out scalp. Preserving capital today is going to be important. But again, we don't bet the market's going to sell off unless there's any reason to. The scalp can play out maybe a second time. I'm going to look and see if conditions have supported a second bounce. So remember, you look for, if hedge pressure bounces and hedge pressure bounces again, you compare this blue line, because if the blue line is stronger, the bounce gets stronger. So it was about -29. It's now about -24. Slightly stronger, but we haven't bounced yet. When it touches, if this blue line is worse, then there's less of a chance it's going to bounce. Therefore, I don't take it. If the blue line is better, I take it. The resilience numbers are looking at an aggregate of what the stocks are doing. So if the stocks are, if more stocks are breaking hedge pressure, the index is more likely to do so. If fewer stocks are breaking hedge pressure, the index is less likely to do so, but I still don't short it. Okay. I still let it fall to a better pivot. And as you guys know, the universe has a liquidity pocket amped and prepped and ready for us to go about 10 points lower from here. 40 points lower from NASDAQ on this. So right about 20,000, a nice little bump. So let's take that. Liquidity pockets are every single time trades. That'll cap out the rest of my day. If I get it as a second trade, I do, and I'll be ready to call that one quits. We love our liquidity pockets here, you guys, don't we? Y'all know how it rolls. Liquidity pocket every single time. Setup trade, bear zone top, bull zone bottom. 90% chance when this ratio at the top left is greater than half. Ooh. So guys, y'all got about, oh shit, it is approaching time. In about 7 minutes, I'm gonna have to disappear. So while we're chilling here, let me go ahead and prep for this now. Don't go anywhere. You're gonna the stream's gonna cut off for like a hot minute. So don't go anywhere, okay? I'm gonna come right back. Hold up. Check 1, check 2. How we doing? Then we're back. I'll have to have a better system going for it, but are we back? Oh, perfect. Oh, you guys, I gotta like fiddle with my camera a little bit. That'll work. Good deal. All right, I mean, this might work after all.
You dropped like this, boom, quickly, rapidly. 50 of you are the lucky winners, and at 800, I might have 50 more loaded up. TBD. Barbie,
Yo.
how would you feel about doing the next giveaway for a Freaky Friday?
I don't know. Does chat want me to do it? Is it okay if you take a break and I do it? Does chat like that? We'll see. If chat likes it, I'll do it.
I don't know. Xena in the chat posted 50 is not enough. And it's those types of negative comments that make me think we should just give up on it, you know, after all.
No.
I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, guys.
I don't know if I could turn this volume.
We
down.
just
Hold
gave
on.
away $5,000 in about 6 seconds. But
I mean, you just send it to me instead. I'll take that.
You're warming up your scalping
You guys can
skills
hear
here,
it.
y'all.
Chat.
Yeah,
chat
hold on,
doesn't-
it's loud.
your
Yeah.
scalping skills, that's funny. That's good. This is like working with the 15-second candles.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, they're saying free account, please, Barbie.
There is
yeah,
no
can we get
volume
a
here.
like a please Barbie in the chat if you think Barbie should do the next round of giveaways? I don't know. Somebody's
We
saying
also have to get to 800.
we also have to get to 800. We're at 705 right now.
I didn't realize I can't mute this.
And again, the 10,000 subscriber mark, the 10,000 account giveaway, we've got another half an hour on it. So
Well, I
keep
guess
that
I
in
got to
mind.
leave it open. Yeah, I'm a guest on this
All
show.
right.
Okay. Well, I'll do it, but we got to get to 800. So
We gotta get to 800.
you're in your Discord, your X, wherever you do it.
All right, and after I encouraged the spamming with please Barbie, which I tend to do from time to time, I would next like to encourage some constructive comments. I want to know, everybody out there, everybody's participating. Nobody's sitting on the sidelines. Again, this is a community, a family. Last week we said we love you. It was like a big step for us as a group, I thought. What level are you watching? Give us your ES or NQ level. Drop it in the chat. What are you looking out for on either of those? And I'd like to bring back a very special guest, Miss Terry Trades, who's going to guide us through our next little segment here, and a very special guest that we have coming.
Hi guys. So
Good
it's
morning.
Matt,
good morning. How is it going?
you know,
We're
we're
doing
living.
great.
I see we're working on getting to 10,000 subs, and I heard that if we get to 10,000, there's like a special giveaway. Is that right today?
Yeah, we're giving me a car.
Oh. So you guys, like, go contact one of your friends and tell them to come and sub so that you guys can get like the special prize today. Right?
Yeah.
Everyone knows one
Definitely.
person. Yeah. So we have a special guest today. His name is Matt Powert, and he is from Traders Paradise. So that will be super exciting to talk to Matt and learn more about his trading strategies. And do we have Matt here?
Almost. We have the ghost of Luke.
Yeah, the ghost. of Luke.
Hey, Matt!
Hey, what's up, guys?
It looks like you're muted.
We almost have Matt.
Oh,
And do we have Matt? Hey.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Welcome. So Matt, tell us a little bit about like how you got into trading. I saw on your X account that you used to be a chemical engineer.
Yeah, that's correct. I used to be a chemical engineer right out of school, and part of my job was to study the metals markets because we used to order catalysts for the plant. And I got really obsessed with studying platinum prices. And then so whenever 2009 happened, big market crash. I know y'all remember that. Back in the day, and I got laid off in 2010, and then I didn't know what I was going to do with my life. And then my buddy was a day trader, and he kind of talked me into getting involved with it. And then put the two and two together, I kind of got with it and stuck with it.
Oh, that's awesome. So it was like something you weren't even expecting to happen.
Yeah, it was more like a survival thing. I was like, I need to do something, and nobody's really hiring because this whole global economy crash thing happened. So
Yeah.
it's like I'll give it a stab.
It was really bad, that housing, banking crisis, and all of that. So did you just jump right into futures then with platinum?
Oh, no. In 2010, futures were like something that nobody touched. And you didn't have micro futures yet. You didn't have discount brokers yet. Futures was kind of like the elitist thing that nobody did. Back in the day, the hot topic was penny stocks. That's what everybody was doing. But I never got into penny stocks. My genius ideas, apparently was that the banks were getting bailed out. So let me just buy bank stocks and see if that works. And it worked for a month, and then I lost all the money. Then it worked for a month, and I lost all the money. And then I realized, I didn't know what I was doing, and then stuck with it from that. That motivated me to learn how to trade back in those days. So
Yeah. So how did you learn?
Oh man. Well, I think like the School of Hard Knocks was about how I learned trading, because it was like something back then there's no YouTube teachers. All the books that you read where like you get a book and it has this cool idea and it's like, do this and do that. And then you go to the market and you try to do it and it doesn't work. And then you look at the book and it's like copyright 1972 and you're like, oh crap, these things don't work. And like there was nothing really substantial that I could find that actually taught trading. So I kind of just dove into it from the mathematical side of things. I was like, well, maybe it's like poker where there's odds. Can I find something with odds and make my bet around the odds? And then so I started digging into different technical analysis methods and stuff. And that didn't really work out. And then I kind of started researching a lot of different avenues. And then I stumbled upon certain things that the CME group does. And this is where I started getting inspired to do my style, which is that there's a giant mechanical device that runs the futures market. The Globex is a machine that has all these protocols on it. And I started reading the patents and being like, oh, there's like this wealth of information here that nobody's tapped into. Let me see if I can make some indicators out of all of this. And then I started building stuff, and that was my journey.
Yeah, so that is your specialty, right?
I like that a lot, because like developing your own strategy and finding your own way, I think is kind of that big light bulb moment that changes course for a lot of traders, if you can find that.
Yeah. And it takes a really boring engineer to want to read a bunch of patents. It's like the worst thing in the world anybody would ever want to do. So, but I was like, there was probably something in here. And then I started researching how, contracts are margin and things like that. And it started leading me into getting into futures. They have a very systematic approach to gapping the price, shutting down the market, price bands. And it's really cool. It was all math. And I was like, okay, there's got to be something consistent in here, right? Because it's math. And then I said, okay, consistency is what I was looking for. So this might be a good path to take. And then stuck with it.
That's
I think
awesome.
that's what drew me to futures too, is just how clean it trades and how systematic you can make it.
Oh,
Even
yeah.
though Terry and I both like taking discretionary trades too.
Yes, I am
You
trying
can
to
do the
move away
system
from
on it.
that a little bit.
Yeah.
There's a place for both.
Yes.
So do you trade then using, I guess, mostly just the tools that you've built, or kind of what's your...
Yeah,
Trading.
basically it, right? For the longest time, I was, let me see, I'll get the, 1 second. Yeah, I was basically, trying to piece together what would be the best thing in the world, to use for a consistent approach. And like I used to do like this hybrid blend of all these different styles and strategies, but now I basically trade off a very simple process, is that I locate and try to find volume. And then where volume is going to be, there's traders. And then I just basically follow the flow, and then I trade off volume. So I can kind of find high volume pivots very easily. And then that's basically what I do. So yeah, on my screen, you see some of my tools and software. And this was a trade I made today. I scalped from this line to that line, and that was or this one to this one. And these are just high volume pivots based on options. So it's a whole different technique, which is weird for a futures trader to say options. But what I do mostly is I look in the options market and I find where exposure levels are for market makers. And so the exposure creates forced hand buying and selling as they're balancing their positions out. And so we can predict where volume is going to be basically off of the options. This blue line had a really sharp pivot there. So at 9:30 in the morning, I've mapped out where those pivots are going to be. High volume there and high volume there. and I just get ahead of that and I can trade from place to place.
So are you watching, like, when you talk about exposure, are you talking about, are you looking at like just like straight up per strike, open interest and things like that? It's something that
yeah, it's something that you look at. Is that like something that you're actually got into recently, or?
No, I've been doing that for a long time. So I have
Nice.
it's mostly just SPX, but
Mhm.
SPX and ES
Mhm.
are very tightly correlated. They're like 99% correlated.
Yeah.
And particularly when I'm doing like end of day, I have like I call them like gamma setups, right? But I do
Mhm.
like
Mhm.
options gammas
Mhm.
at the end of the day.
Yep.
And yeah, I'm looking for essentially, I trade the volume profile. So I'm looking for, okay, what are the odds that they're going to let some outsized level of interest go in the money? And very likely, like, we tick that to the penny and then it rejects and it mean reverts, right? So
There you
use
go.
that for an entry.
There's like this like new thing right now where people are starting to realize that is the future of analysis, is looking at options exposure, because it's like by far the interesting thing about an option, right, or technical analysis, right, well, we all used to use like trend lines and VWAPs and such, is looking at past price to infer future price. And that, to me, that always seemed kind of hard, that the market would listen to its past to come up with something for the future. But the thing with options, the coolest thing about options are that when someone buys an option, they're literally announcing to the world, I want to buy Apple stock at this price this many days into the future. By the way, guys, I want to buy Apple stock here and there at this point in the future. And when you look at everybody doing that all at once, the entirety of Wall Street is basically like reveal their hand to you. There's no hiding from what people want to do. Insiders, anybody with extra information that you don't have, or any, whatever is already in the market, you'll be able to see it all. And so you're right, the gamma exposure models are kind of really hot now. And a lot of people do exposure heat maps, which is kind of like the basic version of what I see options analysis can be. It's like where everybody's building off of, to stand on the shoulders of those giants and create even more substantial exposure tools is where the industry's going. And we're one of the industry leaders in the exposure world. And what we're doing is trying to create more sophisticated models. So what we actually do is we look at all the options trades that come through. We make inferences if we find something called hedging loops. And a hedging loop is if we see an option that looks like it's part of a neutral trade, meaning that it's got equivalent trades in auxiliary markets, then we mark it as market maker option, and we filter out everything that doesn't have that. So market maker options are the ones that have to be hedged to neutral. Therefore, it forces their hand to buy and sell against them. Whereas somebody's like, 2,000 Tesla calls that expire tomorrow, nobody's hedging against those things. They're worthless, right? So we kind of find the options that have substance, and then we can filter out the ones that don't. And then our hedging model is very sophisticated, and we present like hedging pivots as one single level for monthlies and one single level for weekly options together. So it's not a heat map anymore. It's one actionable level. So it's the highest gamma exposure. Yeah.
Do you track intraday hedging, right? So if you're matching, say someone puts on like 10,000 like volume on a strike, are you able to match that in real time?
Yeah, a very easy example. Perfect. If somebody bought like 10,000 or somebody bought like 100,000 shares of Apple, and then sometime nearby you saw somewhere in the vicinity of 1,000 calls, or you're like, okay, those are probably paired up together, and then you're going to match that, and we call it a hedging loop. And so you can find the loops work in various ways. Like SPX may have SPY that's part of the loop, and ES is part of the loop, and we look for like trades that are in tandem that balance themselves out, and then we extract that. And it's a whole series of server computers we have that analyze options data all day long. So
that's cool.
So the chat is wondering, and I will usually do ask you more at the end, but they want to know now: do you have tools that other people can use available?
I do. I actually, and it's kind of cool. Y'all realize I'm usually really shy about this, but yeah, we do have a trading platform. I didn't think I was going to be plugging it, but I'd love to drop one if you guys are asking me to.
They're asking for it, so let us know.
Yeah, so we made a trading platform because the technology requires our own platform to host it, because no platform out there actually was powerful enough to do it. So we basically got a white label version of TradingView, and we amped it up. Our community calls it, like hyped up version of TradingView. And so we have our own platform that actually has the tools built inside of it. And so it automatically populates on the charts, and you can see it on my screen right now. It's called Rocket Scooter. So
that's super interesting.
Thanks, man.
So with the levels, are you watching to see how the market reacts to it, or are
Right.
you just automatically just taking a trade like if
As
price hits this?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So certain things probabilistically don't happen often. Example is if monthly hedging structure, monthly options are typically held by the larger institutions, monthly positions by large institutions are usually hedged with monthly options. So imagine your firm buys millions of shares of Tesla, and you want to hedge it month to month because you want to stay on it for the quarter to get the dividends, right? And so monthly options is where like the big players typically are. And the big players very rarely are going to shift their mentality from, okay, I need to get out of this long all at once at the same time. The tariffs took everybody from long to short. That made a lot of sense, or at least the bulls got out of the way and sold. And now that the tariffs are maybe off the table, everybody's kind of like starting to risk back on. The monthly option is such like a slow moving ship. It doesn't change a lot. So this orange line that you see on my screen, it pivots off of itself roughly 9 out of 10 times. It's very rare to break through. And the idea that we're actually squeezing monthly options now to the positive side, like bullish moves off a positive gamma, this is a rare event right now. This can cause a rapid move to the upside, as that break is very rare. So I kind of bet on the idea that the market doesn't change structure too often. I mean, the idea is that Wall Street kind of stays put most of the time. And this blue line usually pivots 80% of the time, and then the orange line pivots about 90% of the time. It's very high probability that the structure and then the structure being breaking just basically requires everybody on Wall Street to change their mind all at once at the same time, which just really doesn't happen that often. So the pivots are strong, high probabilities. And so I bet off of the idea that it doesn't try to break. So an example is my long today, I closed out where it should pivot. Even though it's breaking through, that's the rarer case that it does break through. I don't trade on the rarer case. So I exit my trade off of the structure points, yeah.
Do you watch? One of the things I noticed is, so like intraday, when I'm looking at the deltas across strikes, right? And I have a few. I don't have it built into a platform. I have a few things that I've built, but I have a bunch of scripts that I run on a cron job. But there's like intraday banding. So like you'll go into a set of strikes that are like deeply. There's a huge amount of open interest there, or even like intraday volume that's accumulated, and then watch for it like an intraday rejection. And so they'll go into the money, but then the thesis there is that the market makers are going to push those out of the money before the end of the day. So it's like, say we crack higher here intraday into a huge amount of interest. My thesis there would be by end of day, they're going to kill all those premiums, right? So people FOMO in, you'll see the volume continue to accumulate, and then end of day, they obviously all go to zero. It's kind of the opposite of kind of a squeeze. It's like the anti-squeeze, basically.
Right. Yeah, the net sum of the net participation of all option sellers is to reduce their risk. So the least sum of risk of all sellers of options is to hedge their options fully, which that pressure coming from both sides neutralizes the trade at the maximum squeeze point of view. Just think about it like this, like when you make money in a trade, someone else has to lose money. So if the bulk of Wall Street's system of market makers are lowering their risk, it means the net sum is it's raising our risk. So the funniest part is like the most liquid part of any market is the maximum squeeze point of all traders. We all get screwed equally, guys. You gotta love it. They hate us. So.
Well, I love it when y'all talk nerdy to me. That's all of us.
This is, I like people that talk volume. We've had a lot of
this is
interesting
awesome.
guests.
Volume's
I hate
fun.
interrupting this,
Yeah.
but we've got some other business to take care of because I got a code for the chat. Are we ready? I'm going to give you a minute to go get it ready. So what did they give me a code for? They gave me a code. I got you guys a code for 50 reset. So 50 of y'all will get a reset. If you're ready, chat, give me a 1 and then go get ready because I'm about to drop the code. This is a reset code. Drop the 1 and then hop over. Okay, I'm going to count down. Baby, are y'all ready to put it on the screen? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The code is Barbie's Way. And that is for 50 of y'all are going to get free resets. And I loved the nerdy talk, so we can get back to it. But we'll give everyone a chance to go get that reset. And let me know if you got it, because they're supposed to be hooking 50 of y'all up.
50, that's nice.
Matt, what's the? I definitely want to actually check your. I want to get. I want to stay in touch, man.
Yeah.
Do some more
Yeah.
investigation.
Share your socials, Matt.
Where
Put
do
'em
I
out there.
share them at? Oh, do I have
Yeah,
to?
we got 50 people get the code. I think it's already gone.
Traders Paradise is your
Yeah.
X account.
Yeah.
So
And
go
then
and follow Matt on X.
here, and I'll give you guys the link. It's in the StreamYard chat, but here, if you guys can drop it, because I'm not in the YouTube chat, the chat right now, but these are the links. You guys can see them.
Gotcha.
I
let
can help
me-
out with that too. We'll see if we get
Thanks,
multiple
Barbie.
postings of it.
I'll drop it in there for you.
Yeah, I love when people say
Traders
volume, because like
Paradise.
volume is the new cool thing. I mean, that is the one
Yeah.
thing that I think is the new status quo in trading. It's like price action was good and helpful, but now that everything's all mechanical, volume is really where it's at. If I hear anybody says volume profile or VWAP, I already know they're in the right direction. You know, volume is
Hell yeah, dude.
key to like consistency.
Let's go.
But
I
when
I have
you
a hard
pair
time finding
volume-
people that talk about volume.
I know, and
when you
it's
pair
I like
volume
it.
with price action, that's how you can kind of get a better sense of what the price action's actually doing. Too.
Exactly. I mean, you need traders to come in and do something after you do it. So I mean, you need that volume all the time. When I hear
That's why I
people,
trade ES. A lot of people are like, why do you prefer S&P over the NASDAQ? And I have guaranteed volume anytime I want it.
yeah,
So Matt, if you were to tell a new trader, if you were to give them some helpful advice, what would you say?
to a new trader.
Yeah.
Okay, so the hardest thing when I was new was just to know where to start. I mean, the hardest thing to do is to know where to start. And the only thing that's really ever helped me trading is actually trading. And this is why funded programs are always like one of the best places to start, because it's a place for a trader to get their hands dirty and actually go in there and really trade for a real profit with real risk on the table, with it all being kind of like boxed up with the limitation of like how much you can lose. So when I got started, you'd put 20K into a futures account and it's gone like the next minute, right? And so the days of like 2025, traders have the opportunities to practice in a very serious environment that we didn't have, 20 years ago. And it's really nice. And I say that like the goal is to practice as much as you can in an environment that matters. And new traders, don't be discouraged, because it even took me 5 years to probably be consistent at trading where I could quit my job and do this. And even though right now, if you guys watch me or do things, watch what I do on my stream, and you see that I do a lot of trading, it looks like I do okay, or whatever. It hasn't always been that way. Obviously, as an engineer, my biggest problem was having an ego, and that's really terrible. All engineers were pretty much known for like just being cocky and just thinking we're smarter than everybody.
Oh, dude. It's so hard, man. I was
My whole
a software
family's
engineer too.
engineers.
Like,
I know about y'all.
And it sucks to go to a place where you see people like on TV, they're like, oh, I bought the dip and apple that made the money. So, and you're just like, these guys sound so dumb. I could beat these guys at Wall Street, and then I get my butt whooped, and I'm like, what the heck? How am I losing? These guys sound like knuckleheads. So a very humbling experience. And then it's the hardest part to get over is thinking you're gonna be smart in the market. Like even almost, I'm
That's
15.
a good point.
15 years into the game, I still don't feel like I can predict the stock market. It's still very
We're definitely-
random to me,
what's going
We're
on?
definitely not getting outsmarted. I just try to stay out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Matt, what is something that helped you to become more consistent?
I think the more that I sit out of the market, and I call it strategic avoidance, it makes my win rate go through the roof. Like one of the things that I'm known for, and I guess it's different than a lot of people are known for, there's two kinds of trading. One of them is you have high reward, like you let your winners ride, cut your losers small, and maybe rock a 30 to 50% win rate. So I trade about 70 to 80% win rate. And because I have a couple things that have a genuine edge, and I just milk them all day long. And then I wait for them to set up. I'm not always in a trade. That's kind of the difference of what I do. I spend more time waiting than I do trading. So I tell people like, I'm a sniper, not a guy with a shotgun. I'm not trying to like take a wide spread and catch everything I see. I'm waiting for the perfect opportunity. So I can take 1-to-1 trades and 1.1-to-1 trades and still make a living off of it because it works most of the time, rather than trying to ride big winners and, stay in the trade for 3 or 4 hours. Because the more time you spend in the market, the higher the probability is you're going to blow up. Who knows if Trump's going to tweet something that undid like a whole morning worth of gains, and literally 2 seconds later, you lost it all. My average trade time is very low. The trade I took this morning only lasted about maybe 4 minutes. And you see on the screen, the results are in the top right. So it was like $3,000 in my funded accounts. But so like the idea is the less time you spend in market, strategic avoidance is actually what supports a higher win rate. The less you do, the better you do, because it's something called in math, we call it the law of large numbers. And the law of large numbers states that the more amount of iterations you have of a game or a system, the higher the probability is that the mean or the average is realized. And so the example I always tell people is if you were going to play basketball against LeBron and somebody says, you're going to play one-on-one on LeBron, well, you're going to get smoked like 100% of the time. But if you get to define the rules and you say, I want the ball first, we play first person in one basket and I get to shoot first and you got to stand 10 feet away from me, you might make the basket and then you quit and say, look, I beat LeBron. Yeah. But if you were to play like 100 more times, you would definitely lose every other time. And so the chances of you beating the stock market are like trying to beat LeBron. The more you do it, the more you're going to realize the house has the edge and you don't. So the less you do is to exploit the little corners of you get the ball first, and that's where your success comes from. And
yeah, I really like that. It took me such a long time to understand that waiting and not actively being in a trade is actually part of trading. Right? Like when I was first learning, I thought, oh, if I'm not in a trade, I'm not trading. And it's like, no, that's a huge part of trading. It's just like waiting, watching.
Exactly.
I think we can definitely see that big on the stream too. And when I was streaming on my own before too, it's like, what do you mean you're not in a trade today? It's like, well, I'm going to take like maybe 3 trades tops today, and they're probably going to be less than 15 minutes a piece. So you just hopped on here this second and are mad I'm not in a trade. That's just not how it works.
Right.
In fact, I might have to borrow your strategic avoidance. I like that. I've always said, stay out of the way. If there's a freight train coming, get out of the way. And that's what I've always told people.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like shortcut to that too is just trading higher time frames. Like I always, I get sucked to the lowers because a lot of people always are like, hey, what's happening on the lower? It's like, dude, the 4 hour is my key execution time frame, which by default is only going to give you so many trades in a week. So
no 15-second chart.
No 15-second chart. I don't know how people do that, but hey, we're all built different. If you're making money, ignore everything that I said. I'll say that. Like if what you're doing is works.
But if you want to stay in trades longer and go for bigger runs, it's not on the 15-second chart.
Absolutely. Like I don't think it works, but if you genuinely, if it works for you, then do that. But personally, I like to have a setup, know that it's going to have a a high percentage of working in my favor, and then not look at it. I think being able to, if you can get into a trade and not look at it, that's how you know you have edge, because you can just bracket it and just let it do.
And that's how you know you're sized right too.
Yeah. Sizing.
That's big part of it too, is sizing. And that's like the other reason I tell when I tell new traders what's important is the biggest thing that people do that are mistakes is they spend too much time in the market and they take too big of risk, or trade too big for the risks that they're taking. I mean, position sizing is the key to beating trader funding programs. It's the key to not blowing up your account. A lot of them will give you 15 and 20 and whatever contracts to trade. I'm usually trading 1, maybe 2. So the correct size is always important. And another thing that's really neat is that when markets will typically move discretely between strike distances of these ETFs, so the S&P likes to move in like 10-point burps and NASDAQ likes to move in 40-point burps. I usually like to take my 10 and 40 points and usually close out very quickly, because like the less that you're actually engaged in the market, you start to realize there's just a fewer chances of weird stuff happening. And I tend to like dodge the weird events all the time by just not being in the market. So many times the market randomly crashes. And I'm like, oh, I wasn't in a trade. That's good. So part of maintaining a higher win rate is making sure you're in and out as quick as possible if you're day trading. And a lot of people do what I call like hybrid swing trading when they're trying to do trader funding programs or any kind of trading, is that they'll get a trade and try to hold it till the end of the day. I mean, you're basically just like walking through a lightning storm, pushing a grocery cart, holding 2 golf clubs in your hand. I mean, at any point in time, you'll get slapped around. So it's like that. As time went by, I avoid the market as much as I can. And,
get in, get out. Just like take the money and get out.
That's it, man. Yeah.
So we have a couple minutes left. You guys, chat, make sure you hit the like button. I see there are 135 likes, so let's get that up before show ends. There's 2,600 people watching right now. So help us out, hit the like button and subscribe. So let's go down, and Matt, we'll start with you. Last minute thoughts, anything you'd like to share with everyone watching?
Thank you guys for having me on the show. Yeah, this is really fun. Y'all are awesome. This has been a good experience. Last minute thoughts. I will say that right now, we're in a weird spot of the stock market where, we priced in tariffs, we priced in lowering GDP, and the market has, sold off really heavily, and we got close to hitting circuit breakers and all the futures. And then all of a sudden Trump, like a moment away, like in a moment's notice, can say, oh, we're working it out or whatever, and the market's going to go up. I traded the Trump thing last time around, and this is the same song and dance. If you're new traders out there, just remember, we went through the same thing, and it's the same script. It's the same exact problems. And it's like, it's so weird to think it's happening again. It's almost like it's easy to realize it's happening again. It's too good to be true because it's so scripted. And what I'm saying is that Trump doesn't want the market to sell off. It won't sell off. He's got a button on his desk that he can push to make it rally. So don't doubt Jay Powell. Don't doubt the Fed, and don't doubt the Trump. These are the two golden rules of trading. They want it to happen. It'll happen.
He could just tweet and tell us to buy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like we all, like even I missed that one. I was like, I didn't even see it that morning, and he's like, today's like a good day to buy, and everyone shrugged it off, and then
nudge, nudge.
God. Okay, so now I'm like, okay, I got Truth Social up all the time now, so I ain't never gonna miss the next one. So.
We just put in new highs in both indices, by the way. Speaking of volume accumulation, so accumulating, VP's been pushing, they've been building these nodes on ESN and Q higher, so pushing higher. We're getting a little
this is kind of both. But yeah, what we were talking about, just challenging those highs and seeing if we kind of end up in a Friday walk up or save it for next week.
Bull Barbie, what are your last thoughts that you'd like to share?
Well, yeah, I'm still watching the 5,700 level on ES specifically, so that's kind of the highs that I was watching. I showed y'all how we just keep kind of chewing away at that level, but we've got a lot of great targets above if we can get through. You never know what's going to happen, especially on a Friday, since it ends up being just the US traders after Europe closes here shortly. So we'll see what happens, but I'm glad we're finally out of this little consolidation area and actually doing something a little bit different. So. I think we had a lot of great nuggets today. Y'all should rewatch this episode because this was really, really great. But I'm not leaving. What are y'all talking about leaving? I'll be here next week. I'm leaving for the day. I gotta go weekend. But
it is Friday.
Just wrapping up the week here. And I do think I'm gonna head out early because it's been a great week. But yeah, just looking to see if we get this continuation higher or if the market's not ready for it yet.
Okay, watching those higher levels to see if we can break out, or maybe it'll be next week that we possibly.
We are almost to that gap level that I was watching on ES around 57.12 and change. So,
Forrest, what about you? Last minute thoughts, things you'd like to share with chat.
Sorry, I was locked in. Last minute thoughts. Be smart, guys. Remember, there's always some very simple questions you can ask yourself, right, that aren't complicated. Am I doing what the successful version of me would do, right? I want to be a profitable trader. I look back past the last 5 days of my life. Am I tracking my performance? Am I doing prep time? Am I trading a thesis? Am I going long because I saw a tweet that said by somebody to go long? Am I going short because I saw a Facebook post that said to go short? Like, are you actually making your own thoughts? It's fine to listen to us and but you should just consider it, and then come up with your own system ultimately, right? Like, you have to. When we just heard Matt kind of describe how he arrived at his system, I came up with what I call the VPE, which is just trading the volume profile after years of messing around with other things. You should arrive at some system that you can describe in depth, that makes sense, that actually gives you edge, and that's going to require daily activity over a long period of time. There's no shortcuts to this stuff. So just be smart. A lot of people have the potential. Realizing it is going to require going down the long road and just, taking it one day at a time. So
Be
get
smart,
after it.
take it one day at a time.
Mhm.
And so speaking about being smart, come back on Monday at 9 a.m. So we have so many good things to share with you guys. Thanks everyone for watching and liking and subscribing. Have a great Friday, and we'll see you on Monday.
Have a great one, y'all.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, guys. All right, we back. We back. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. Let me turn my camera back on. Hold on. Hold on. We back? Are we back? Definitely investigate the virtual camp. Yeah, I gotta set that up over the weekend. Ah, there we go. Dude, I didn't realize this, but the moment I started that, we had like 600, almost 583 people. And then once I got into that, we dropped to 450. 130 people didn't like listening to the morning show. Did y'all have fun with that? I didn't even know what I was walking into. I just thought I was going to just chill and make some trades, but it was actually like a let's chat with Matt interview. I thought I was just going to be like a panelist on the side and just talking about my trades and stuff. It's kind of cool. I was unprepared. Plug my stuff. So that was kind of cool. They're good people. I know Terry. Terry and I are cool. I didn't know the other two that well, so it's good to meet some new faces. Oh, they jumped over to the MFFU stream. Oh, that does make sense, I guess. Any more new trades for the day? I was going to take the long setup here, but I got busy talking, so I missed out. Nothing else from here. Nothing else. This is just chill for the day. Monthly hedge resilience is slightly better as we approach it on SPY, but it's not greater than 0 by a lot. Nasdaq is still kind of pulling back a little bit. I would say that, keep an eye out for MHP breaks, potential blasts up in case things do get better. Nasdaq has popped through with negative MHP resilience, so it's going to be hard to see if this is going to break or not. I personally want to be betting that we break through here and go. So, but I'm also not going to be betting that the market sells off at all either. We are supporting key areas. We sold off on Apple, Amazon earnings here, right? Market moved up on Microsoft and Meta, down on Apple, Amazon, and we're still back on. You guys see that curvature we have right here, right? The market is slowly starting to speed up, and that's really good for upside potential. So the last thing I would be doing at all is shorting any of this, the market being as strong as it is. So everybody right now taking a look at the DD ratio. This is the bull bear bias ratio is 0.84. 84% of market cap of stocks are bullish. So ain't no way I'm shorting this, baby. XLK and XLC, yeah, that's very important to note that the entire tech sector is doing really solid here. A bull long up on the flow. The flow is good off of the blue and yellow hedge pressure numbers, so that's good. The XLC, very important to take a look at that as well. Boom. Okay, yeah. Trying to break through MHP, but kind of okay. Monthly hedge pressure solid on that one. So, yesterday on the griddle, I'm so obsessed with my new hibachi griddle. There's so many, Benihana jokes flying around the house right now that I was like, I want to cook on the griddle again last night. So I tried to make turkey smash burgers. I've never made turkey smash burgers. And it's the hardest thing to think about because there's not a lot of fat content in turkey. And it turned out like kind of dry, almost like turkey jerky. For some reason, the magic of a smash burger only happens with beef with 20% fat or not. So with the turkey, it had to get like the fattier turkey, which had 15% fat, but it dried out way too quick. So I got to cook those things super, super quick. But they actually weren't that bad. But turkey smash burgers, I don't think it's possible, but maybe. I do the volcano, the beating heart, the heartbeat under the fried rice. Yeah, I had her sitting, across the table with the hibachi hat on. I'm like throwing popcorn shrimp so she can catch it on top of her hat, Mixing some bacon grease. Yeah, it needs a little bit extra fat for the turkey burgers. But they came out, iDoc was like, I like them. And I was like, I don't know. They were thin and tough, almost like breakfast sausage. So Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need that render, man. So, usually you would put chuck or, fattier meat. You make a smash burger. So regular turkey burgers, however, I'll do. So turkey smash, I don't think it's going to happen. Don't think it's going to happen. All right, guys, we will be doing our giveaways today. So every time we have 500 viewers, we do a Tradeify straight to funded giveaway. So that's the best part. Our giveaways are daily. We give away accounts every single day on the stream. I love to give out accounts, especially funded accounts. It makes me happy to give out a funded account. Someone gets a payout. It's happened so many times on the stream. So we give out a funded trading account every single day. We work with a ton of prop firms, My Funded Futures. We work with Tradeify. We work with Funded Next. We work with ETF. Today we're doing an Elite Trader Funding giveaway. We've got 3 static accounts there, plus Tradeify straight to funded if we get back to 500. So we'll be good. I pretty much made turkey chips. That's basically what I did. Turkey chips. You don't want your burger smashed. You make a great burger, then smush it. I did that stuff when I was a kid. That's so funny. Very true, very true. But for some reason, though, like I love the charred, crispy, crunchy. But I also love a big, fat, juicy bar burger too. I mean, it's like sometimes you want a Sprite, sometimes you want a 7-Up. You know what I'm saying? Some days I want one, some days I want the other. If theoretically in the 50K you hit 14,500, the 8,500 4 payouts and 5K to live, they move you to live earlier. It's just whenever they feel like it. It's both. Their rules are stating that if you take the max payout, they'll move you to live with whatever's left in the balance given to you as a balance in your live. But any prop firm can decide to move you live at any time to not pay you out, to risk or to lower the risk of them paying you out and just take all your balance and move it to live. So like my goal with Tradeify was to have a ridiculously large balance. That way when they move me to live, I've got a big balance. So I've got about $115,000 of profit in these Tradeify accounts. So the minute they move me to live, I'm going to get probably the max balance. So it's good. No more Sierra Mist. No way, baby. It's called Starry now. They just put it in a different can and changed the names because nobody drank Sierra Mist because it sounded weird. What about a Fresca? No love for that? I don't know if I've ever had a Fresca. What does a Fresca even taste like? When is it mandatory they move you to live? Now, I don't know since they had their big rule changes if it's still the case. But what they said was once you make $80,000 in total payouts, they automatically move you to live. I don't know if that's still the rule though, but I think that's still the rule. What's in Fresca? Sugar? Oh, it's like a squirt. Squirt is like my favorite soda. I love everything grapefruit. And actually, I make these fantastic grapefruit gin and tonics, and everybody loves them. Like everybody, doesn't matter who you are, loves these things. We have parties. I make these things. So good. I use elderflower gin, Empress, and then I use grapefruit and tonic. A little bit, and then sometimes I'll put strawberries in it. Fresca is grapefruit. But is it sugar soda or is it like fake sugar soda? Because citrus sodas taste weird with fake sugar. Coke and stuff tastes good with fake sugar. Dr. Pepper, good with fake sugar. But like diet Sprites and kind of stuff tastes weird. For some reason that sour citric acid and the fake sugar amplify the nastiness of that sugar. Fresca's Mexican, so it's real sugar? Is it fake sugar? It's fake sugar. Kind of reminds me of CBGB. I don't know if you guys remember CBGB or the movie that they made with Alan Rickman. He was obsessed with Fresca, so he had Fresca on tap at the bar. That's how I know that. No short, even it gets back to MHP. Okay, so let me tell you, one can short off of MHP. That is a particular setup. 90% chance MHP stays on the same side. So this is a particular short setup from here to here. I just don't take it. I usually sit out to wait in case we get a break to the upside. But that is basically what you're looking for right now, is that MHP resistance. So while there is a particular short trade from A to B where I do that arrow, I just usually sit out on it instead of take it. I'm looking for this orange line to get weaker or stronger. This is what the net sum of the stocks are doing right here. So the net sum of the stocks are going to be right on par, and Nasdaq is slightly less than 0. So there's going to be a higher chance of resistance than there is going to be break. I still don't take the short. I never short above the green because you never know how high it's going to go. But this is a good particular short setup if one were to want to short. Just because I don't doesn't mean it's the wrong answer. You guys know me, I avoid the market as much as I can. It might be the best short you've had all week, but I still stick to my guns and I avoid taking the short, even though I think it's going to come down. Are we pumping any coins tonight? Coin? I don't trade any crypto. I have a bunch of sharp sticks on my bathroom counter. I'm gonna go sit there and gouge my eyes out. I'd rather do that than trade crypto. So I'm probably gonna do that tonight. Waiting for Matt's rug pull coin, rocket coin. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. No, our crypto coin that we're gonna rug pull and pump and dump is gonna be called yeah. Okay, everyone buy yeah coin. That's it. Yeah. Don't get me started. Stu knows. Like, honestly, don't let me rant. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not doing any crypto coins today or ever. Can you borrow the sticks also? All right, yeah. They are multi-use sticks. As long as IDOT can pop them out of my sockets, I'll mail them to you guys. You can use them. They're really sharp. I'll get it done pretty quick. You should have brought users from the NFF TV broadcast. I didn't like plug my YouTube channel though, but we'll see. Let me go drop something in chat really quick. So Monday, we're going to have a huge event for the Funded Next launch party. We're going to do a Funded Next launch party on Monday. I'm going to get some Funded Next accounts, trade with those. And then we got a huge giveaway that we're planning to get the ball rolling. That's like the new hot firm everyone's talking about, so. Oh, it's almost time for giveaway in 15 minutes, you guys. MFFU banned you for making too much in Sim. It's normal. The prop firms will ban you if you make too much money with them. I got banned from ETF because I made too much money. Well, they move you to live and they ban you, but that's normal. That's what happens by moving you to live is the ultimate win, which you want. But they also, instead of you making money from them, they want you to make money from the market and they'll make money with you. So the ban is a good thing. It's an honorary title to get banned from a funded program. If you ever got banned for making too much money, it's a good thing. But it happens everywhere. Welcome everyone from My Funded Futures TV. If you guys checking out the stream live every single morning, do giveaways every single day. We're here chilling. Don't forget to sub to the channel. I do my live futures trading. I'm doing a challenge right now to try to become Tradeify's #1 trader. I took my prop accounts or my straight to funded accounts with these guys, and this is my P&L. I'm about 77% win rate right now, even through the crazy tariff nonsense. This is from a couple days ago. I haven't taken a screenshot from the last couple days, but I'm up another 15K. Here, this is just what it looked like when I made the tweet once I made the 100K. This plus some payouts from inactive accounts, total 100K. So this is a big celebration. I survived the nonsense of the tariffs and the trade war, and then once the market flipped bullish, we just took it going north, baby, to the moon, past the moon, hit Mars, flying past Mars, circling around Jupiter, and ended up on Pluto. That'd be funny if I ended up on Pluto. But I got there and I realized Pluto actually is a planet, I think. Looked like one. That's how far out we got. Another stab at SPY hedge pressure. We'll see when we get there that the market is actually getting stronger. The absolute answer is probably yes. Hedge pressure resilience is creeping up higher. Monthly hedge pressure resilience is creeping up higher. Hedge pressure became a stronger pivot, even now, much stronger pivot. If it touches it, I'm definitely longing from there. You guys nailed it. That's why I'm not shorting this. I'd rather take the long. This is a long setup to go and maybe break as conditions have improved since the last time we touched. This pass, we're close to zero. This pass, we might be above zero. So I'm looking at that. If it touches the blue line on the screen. I love when you talk nerdy to me. I'll talk nerdy to you every night, baby. April was tough, but May is better. May, the last part of April got easy. Hopefully May stays the course. VIX is in a key spot to show that the market's going to be very resilient to news and stuff. King Razra, third day watching. What's MMQ doing? Hangs around pre-market high and it's consolidating. It's looking to break out higher. So I'm looking for dips to buy. Nasdaq is holding this monthly hedge pressure level here and trying to see if it's going to break it or not. I'm not chasing the high on this, but this is a good setup as the market is supporting key support levels. Mo, got your third payout from Top Step. After 2 years of trading with no payouts, you're extremely grateful for you in the stream. It's helped you a ton. This is enough gift for someone. Dude, Mo, thank you, man, so much. I really appreciate that. That $20 is going to go to good use. I'm going to donate 1 seat to the boot camp with that. We love giving stuff back to the community. It's really nice. That's really awesome of you, dude. I'm very proud. Touches the blue line, S&P. I'm going to take it. Yeah, I'll take it in S&P. Apex approved you on one, denied the other. Why did they deny the other payout? What happened? How to enter the giveaway? You just need to be here. We'll tell you how it works in 2 seconds. Hold up. So today, we're going to do an ETF giveaway today. What you're going to do is you're going to type in the words ETF. Giving away $100,000 set accounts, 3 of them. We did give away, we'll do it like in 10 minutes from now. This is looking pretty solid today. I would absolutely love to get right down here to the blue hedge pressure one more time. That'd be awesome. Nasdaq on potential hedge break here. Well, that might... One second here. 1 second. Okay, I am All right, guys. Sorry, I'm chatting with the Take Profit guys for a moment here. All right, guys. Oh, hold on. Here it is. All right. Here we go. I had to give this to I was waiting. I'm helping my tech team out really quick. Here it is. All right, let's get that dip, baby. I want to see that dip to buy. What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome to the stream. All right, you guys have an ETF. We're doing 3 static ETF 100K giveaway counts. And then we'll do a Tradeify probably at the end of the stream. Or like later on to the stream. All right. What do y'all think? Market's still pushing up. Indicators are getting slightly better. Heck. Come on. What is going on? Oh, wait. This is the one. All right. Okay. We're trying to set up our AI chatbot for Rocket Scooter. So you guys will be able to essentially ask tech support questions and AI will come back and give you guys cool answers. Hi, welcome to Rocket Scooter. How can we assist you today? Type 1 for tech support. Type 2 for customer service. Okay. Would I buy if S&P breaks some HP? It's not strong enough for me to take that chase on it. I'd rather wait to see if anything happens to dip us lower. But it would be a godsend if the market were to come here. Liquidity pocket is such a strong trade. I would love to get this long right here. I would like also to take this long here as well, but we'll see. With the move, with the 2 pre-market moves up like this, these are 2 catalytic type driven events, and I'm not super convinced that it's going to break and keep going, but I don't think it's going to sell off either. So in this particular mode, I wait and I get the dips and I get back in. Kind of where I am. I don't short above the green DD band. I never short off of this band. I'm sorry, I never short above this level. So our cheat sheet that I give you guys explains why that is, but I'll give it to you one more time so you can see. In my cheat sheet here that can help me read, you know, makes it a little bigger. I never short above this upper green band. I just wait for long opportunities only. So even though I know it might come down, I'm waiting for a long opportunity to capitalize on. So trade setups I got today, I've got the band itself to long from, which is here. I've got lower liquidity pocket to long from, which is there. So today, what I'm going to do is think if the market pulls back, I got a long from there, and then I got a long from here. I got 2 really strong setups. I'm going to take the stronger setups. The SPY MHP, because QQQ is breaking, SPY hasn't broken yet. So I'm not necessarily chasing QQQ with SPY hitting resistance with negative MHP resilience. The odds are very small that it breaks and keeps going. So I'm going to let the idea that the odds are small that it breaks and keeps going to avoid chasing the long. And it's strong enough that the market's not going to probably crash. I'm going to try to let a fake crash give me a dip to buy, basically. So I'm waiting for a better long entry. Even though NASDAQ is showing support, S&P has got resistance at the same spot. That's why I'm watching like both at the same time. All right, guys, y'all ready for this? We're going to do a bunch of giveaways, so don't go anywhere. Stay here, and then we'll do some surprise announcements in a little bit. Okay.
The hedge pressure resilience. Support in the bull zone.
We got the song playing.
Everything rocket scooter. All you need and all you own. The hedge pressure resilience. Support in the bull zone.
Type in ETF in the chat. 300K set of giveaways.
Rocket scooter's the best. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter's the best.
Rocket Scooter's best system in the world.
Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter.
You're wearing a Nirvana shirt? Oh, that's dope. Man, that's the world's longest cycle. Mysterio! Congratulations, you're winner number 1. All right, you got 1 minute to type something in chat. Hey, where'd they go? I don't know. Woo! Good job. Okay, I'll give you instructions in just a little bit on what to do. Good job, good job, good job, good job. Winner number 2. You now have a $100,000 ETF straight static account. Let me do the chill song for the second giveaway. Be good. Congrats.
Candles talking to me, I don't need new friends. Rocket scooter running plays, we ain't here to pretend. Numbers don't lie, but emotions do. Fear and greed, man, they cloud your view. Stick to the plan, we gon' see this through. Matt got the blueprint, let me show it to you. Yeah, trade smart, no FOMO, no chase.
One more.
Money comes slow, but I keep my pace. Bag getting heavy, no time to waste. Rocket scooter, yeah, we set in the space. I see the breakout, volume on the rise. AQ moving, got that fire in my eyes. Never over leverage, gotta strategize. Profits compound, yeah, watch it maximize. They don't understand the grind, only see the shine. Back test game strong, yeah, I put in time. Matt taught the method, now the stars align. Price, action talking, and I read between the lines.
Carlos.
Money moves, but the mindset stay. Discipline first, that's the only way. Big wins, small wins, all gotta play.
Good job.
Rocket scooter up, we don't fade.
You have 1 minute to type something in chat. And claim your prize. Good job, good job, good job, good job. Couple things, guys. All right, you gotta do 2 things for me. You each have, well, as if Carlos makes it. Countdown, 30 seconds. Carlos! Carlos, get back to your computer, you won! Every day we do giveaways, same time. Every day we give away funded accounts, eval accounts, ton of stuff. Carlos, bro. Forfeit. This is the wheels spin so much. I wish I could hit enter and have it stop. It's funny they came in and were like headbanging for a minute and then they left. Alex. Good job. Alex, you have 1 minute to say something in chat. Are these like the names from yesterday or something? Hang tight, guys. Maybe these are the names from yesterday. Hold up.
Matt fires up the rocket scooter. Day trade swings like a wild commuter. Charts dance jig and stocks go higher. Resilience guides like stars. White fire. Price direction.
What's up? All right, Alex, finally. All right, cool. All right, winners. Here's what you got to do. You guys each have 10 minutes to send me a message in Discord. Go to our Discord, send me a message or add me as a friend and send me a message. Take a screenshot of your YouTube channel from your perspective. Top left, just clip your name from the logged in perspective so I know that's you. That's it. We'll do another giveaway today. Hang tight. In the starlit night. Rips lost his Apex accounts? No way. Oh, that sucks. Oh, he was crushing it for a little bit. But he did like post, what, 300K profit the last month in his real account. That's that poker player mentality, man. It's feast or famine. Sometimes you win big, sometimes you lose big. It happens. All right, guys. Contest is over. We'll do another one. Chill. Don't go anywhere. That's not the right Alex. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Name will be exact. It was Alex, but he said something in chat. The timer stopped, so it should be good. All right. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Congrats to the winners. All right, we're back. It was Alex Kucherny. Please don't spam. All right, we're good, guys. Contest is over. But we'll do another one. Just hang tight. We have 500 people. In 30 minutes, I'll do another one. We'll do it that way. How's that sound? Just chill. We do giveaways a lot. You'll get your chance. Somebody will always win something. People typing that ETF. Congrats to the winners. All right, back to the trade. I'd like to see us get close to blue hedge pressure for me to take a second stab at the market here. Do QQQ breaking hedge pressure. That's okay. So what I'm looking for today, some more setups here. I would honestly like to see liquidity pocket support. I'd love to see all of this pull back to LPs, which would be very nice. Giveaway is over. I still have my runner calls for the 16th expiration. The ones I bought yesterday after Apple and Amazon earnings, like right at the start of the day, I dumped for like 80% profit. Mysterio. Yeah. So make sure you guys like log into your YouTube and then take a picture of your top left corner of your YouTube that shows your username from the logged in perspective. That way it's really you. Trust me, we've had people scam the contest. They messaged me in Discord and they're like, "Hi, I'm Mysterio." And the Discord will say like Mysterio ABCD. And they'll make the Discord account today. So that I don't get fooled, you guys have to prove to me that's you. The wrong Alex responded. Are you kidding? Okay, Alex Kacherny, are you here? But still though, but YouTube, this right here is a bot. I don't stop the countdown. If that person types, the bot stops on its own. So the Alex that responded might not have been the Alex, but the Alex that won responded, or else the countdown wouldn't have stopped unless there's a bug in this program. They got confused with the wrong Alex. So the right Alex, Alex Kuchurni, are you here? It just timed out. Wait, we have one more to give away? What? Okay, fine. Fine, one more. Fine. You guys say so. One more. That should be it. Yeah, it should be Marvin. I think so. Marvin would be the correct winner of this. Ghost my lights. And Pat made 100K. But that's not 100K. That's 100K in prop 100K. It's not 100K in his real account, is it? Good job, Ghost. Congratulations. There's a difference between if he made 100K in his real account or you make 100K in like 20 apexes or something. Congrats, though. Pat's been crushing it lately. All right, congrats. All right, Ghost My Light, Be Good, and Mysterio. Don't forget to send me a message in Discord. Verify your identity, and congrats on the win. Now, we'll do another giveaway probably in a little bit. If we say 500 people, we'll do it again. Monthly res just popped a little bit and got slightly better. That's good for the breakout case here. Let's see if we get anything off of this. Now again, monthly breaks, hedge pressure breaks are actually really clean and really nice. So we're going to monitor SPY off to the side and QQQ over here. This has been very, 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 very clean. Bum, 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 bum. Does IDOC have a twin sister? No, but when she dumps me, she'll be available though. She'll be up for grabs. I'm sure it's coming any moment. Ghost, did Ghost win, right? Ghost said something, right? Did Ghost type in chat? I'm not even paying attention. Who gets Pickle? Anybody can take Pickle. He's a horrible dog. He's the worst. You don't want him. He barks all the time. Chews up my shoes. Chews up the remote. You're in for a nightmare. You don't want him. Trust me. Little rapid curvature here on the NASDAQ. Here's what stocks are on the fence here. Let's take a look. Amazon. Hard to believe Amazon would sell off after such a solid performance yesterday, but Amazon is kind of where we're seeing a little bit of kind of jitteriness of the market. Amazon popped and dropped again. We opened above MHP, so it's working its way back above MHP, but we'll see what ends up happening for the bigger setup here in Amazon. She'll never dump you. You're a great guy, but you'll take Pickle. All right, that's a deal. You need to babysit Pickle when we go on vacation. That's really what we need. Ryan's just joking around. He's so IDOC is a Twitch streamer, and so a lot of these people are she's a degenerate just like we are, and so a lot of these people are degenerates from the Twitch world, so they do the same kind of trolling and talking shit, having fun. So if you guys didn't know, IDOC is also a really substantial Twitch streamer. So some of her peeps are also traders and they chill with us too. So they're not really simping. They're just fucking around to be funny. So she's a complete degenerate asshole on stream. It's hilarious. You gotta check her out. It's right now she needs to do it more often, but it's like usually real life stuff. She just kind of like, she sits there and talks shit about guys and talks shit about life and just rants about whatever. And it's kind of funny. She's really good at it. And then lately she's been like documenting our life. She streamed us like cooking one day and her making bread one day. Just chatting. It's like basically real life chat stuff. It's kind of fun. And some of you traders are eye doctors. She started off giving like eye doctor advice. People would call and like, or like chime in and be like asking her real questions about their eyes. And then it turned into just like degenerate hour where people just talk shit and have fun. Sounds like your wife. Yeah. She's on vacation. Daddy's making too much money. That's what I'm saying. She needs to get back to work. Get back on Twitch. How many props am I trading with right now? On my stream, I'm just trading with Tradeify. And then I also have Top Step that I have open, and I need to actually work on my Top Step. And then I have Apex accounts that I don't even really touch anymore. But that's basically it. And I have an ETF Live account. You watched it and you felt like a creeper, so you stopped. Your eyes are only for me. Oh, Stu. That's okay. She needs more creepers watching her. Like, the creepier, the better. What's my Discord? It's in the description, but I'll type it for you guys. But I don't use a trade copier because trade copiers are a trick to make you lose faster. The trick to making as much money from the prop firms is not to use a trade copier. Don't pattern yourself after the influencers on stream that you see doing that. Their job is to make you do that. And follow their influence, because if you do that, you blow up faster. If I get on the big Top Step board, I think that's what I should probably focus my attention on. I agree. Just checked your last stream. Need to give her advice on the lights. The shadow around her nose was terrible. Yeah, we've been trying to explore how to get the lights. The problem is she doesn't have a good camera. And the other problem is that the wall behind her is black. So black walls tend to have a weird contrast, sometimes problems with the bad camera. So we need to just get her a better camera. She's just using like a rinky-dink 4K webcam. It's a pretty good webcam, but it's not sharp enough. Yeah, the light correction, the automatic corrections in there. So I had to turn off all the automatic balances because it sparkles. Lights greater than camera any time of the day, though. Well, yeah, so she has she needs to get her lighting set up really good like mine. You're correct. You think you just heard a Cerberus pickle? You can hear him dancing around back there. I heard him too. So tippy tap of his paws. Diffuse the light as much as you can. If the other wall where the camera is white, point the light backwards. Yeah. Well, she could just use like key lights like I have. They're really good at getting rid of the stuff. No, I'm not going for perfect lighting because I also don't want to crowd myself. I know, as you guys have pointed out, I need lighting behind me right here. I know that. Professional lighting. Let me see right here. Oh no, wait. I need like a light back here to separate me from the like that to lift me out of the background. I know, but that's okay. I kind of like that it's dark-ish. You see there's a shadow on my left side. I need that right here, but that's for perfect lighting. I don't care about perfect lighting. You wiped out your $4K $1,000 mistake and left with no savings. So can I give you a prop account, please? Oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you. I can't give away something though because you lost money trading, because everybody's losing money trading. So sorry, bud. We need to find a song to make the market drop. It's taking forever. We have a song that makes the market rally. What kind of song can make the market drop? We do have a bunch of songs left over from our contest that we did. Let's see if I can just pop a regular song here. I don't even know what some of them are. It has to be a song that the market hates, though. You guys put in some pretty good songs, though. We'll see. Dude, I love some of these graphics, and I'm gonna have to integrate them into the stream somehow. Like, look, that's hilarious. Hold on. Another one bites the dust. Bounce, bounce, bounce. You know, but I can't play like copyright music though. Who let the dogs out? Oh my god. Taylor Swift makes you vomit. So yeah, any Taylor Swift song would probably make the market vomit. Sugar, we're going down, down. The rally song backwards. That might make it work. Let's pop in just a random song submission. I don't even know what some of these are. This is Barbecue Song.
We're the rocket scooter crew. We've got the knack with DD bands in our sights. We're on the right track.
Was this like the country? Looking for Long's hit? Not yet. Not yet. All of her songs are inspirational and bullish, though. I'm looking for this. What's up, girl? Howdy. Hey, somebody asked if you had a twin sister. I think it was Ryan. Yeah. And I told you guys, I told them they needed to stream more.
Yeah.
The guy, and then one of my viewers is a professional yacht photographer. Said that your lighting's bad, and I told him we agree. Your lighting.
Yeah, my lighting's awful. I've been telling Matt to fix it.
Yeah, I need to get her better lighting.
I have never had good lighting, good camera, good anything. Like the entirety of my streaming career.
Boy, you went in here for like a second, then you want to go back to the shoots.
He like barks. I'm in a meeting right now, and he's like,
Hey,
Daddy.
why you wanted in here for like 2 seconds, and then you went out. That's it. You just want to say hey? You just want to say hey for a minute, dude? Is it? Say hey for a minute?
We navigate the markets with an eagle's eye. With every pivot point, we aim for the sky.
Your task for next month is to give me a better stream setup. I can't do it myself. I don't know how to do it, and I don't have
I want to get you a good camera, and I want to get you better lighting.
Okay, fine.
You do have like a rinky-dink plastic ring light that looks like you got from Team. You're like the girl on. You're like the Morton Salt girl. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, right? The girl with the umbrella on the salt and the dog's like.
Ow! Stop!
Or is it the suntan lotion? Which one was it where the dog's pulling the lotion?
He smells fish.
This is becoming your stream now.
I
That's
know,
exactly.
this
Why are you
what
wearing
happens.
Why are you wearing lipstick?
Huh?
You're wearing lipstick.
Yeah? Because I'm coming in here.
Where you going? Who you talking? Who you calling? Huh? Let me see your phone. Who you texting? Who you been seeing downstairs? Huh? Huh? I'm so jealous.
And I'm gonna do my nails. Can I have money?
Yeah.
I know that when I come in here and ask for money, he won't say no in front of you guys. But if it's offline, he may hesitate.
That's why she does it. Yeah, of course you can have money.
Okay.
How much you spending? Crawfish sounds good right about now, though. Crawfish ain't good to go.
Does anybody live in Mississippi? Anybody want to hang out with me while I'm there?
Anybody want to hang out at the iDoc in Mississippi?
Somebody go with me.
Please, a bunch of you strangers, go hang out with my girlfriend. That's funny. No, I'm wait. I've got a dip to buy somewhere. I'm waiting for it. Pickle,
Do you see?
bro.
Do you see?
Hey,
It's not just me.
sit down. Look at that. Submit.
Did the chat see him submit?
Yeah.
You see him?
Watch this. Okay, you can go. Watch it. Pickle, sit. Sit down. Sit down. Good boy. Good boy. Good
Yeah,
boy.
the way that you say that makes me want to submit too.
Look at that. He just drops on the ground and turns his head away. Good boy. Good boy. Come here. Good boy.
That's a sign of him giving you alpha status.
Right.
I will never give you alpha status.
I'm bigger than both of y'all. You
That's
should. You
challenging.
should. That's so funny. All right. Put on another song. We're trying to make the market go down with this song, but all of our songs are so good.
Make the market go down.
We need a dip to buy.
Oh,
Pickle not playing. No, he's being aggressive. He's becoming a lot more aggressive as a dog. He's still a puppy, but like now he's, you know, growing up as a dog. He's very like bites a lot, chews a lot, barks a lot. If I need to give her more money, I just need to get a business loan. Pickle needs a girlfriend. Pickle needs another dog to like wear him out. Her legs are going to be pretty. Yeah. 5682. From here, my goal is roughly 20,000 on NASDAQ. And then on the S&P, my goal is going to be roughly right at about. Wait a minute. Hold on. This is roughly 4 strikes. So 4 strikes lower on S&P. 56.55, give or take, which should be right down in here. Equivalently so, the S&P will probably have a proxy pivot off of NASDAQ. NASDAQ kind of pivots around 56, 55-ish level. S&P, same spot. So NASDAQ liquidity pocket is like down in here. See how it's below the lows of the day? The dog is supposed to be a warrior, not a liberal. That is true. He's certainly a warrior, but he like when I do this and I point at him, he like gets on the ground and turns his head. He like immediately submits. It's so funny. He's very scared of me. I have a loud voice. I think that's why. But I'm also the authoritarian who like has to do the punishing when he's bad, so he knows. Delta just keeps declining. You thought your dog needed another dog, and now the first one is relaxed and the second one is wild. And you think you need a dog for your second dog? Oh my god, maybe if I bring Pickle in the loop, it'll close up the triangle, and then all 3 of the dogs will mellow out or be crazy. It's kind of a crapshoot. This song is not making the market crash. Wait, hold on. I need to switch the song. Okay, let's find another one. I'm gonna pick one songs at random from our song. We had a song submission contest. We give away lifetime memberships to people who just. Which one is this? This is one of Jen's songs. By the way, Jen, who wrote our outro theme song, I touched base with her the other day. She's been sick with COVID for the last 6 weeks. I've been wondering where she went. So hopefully, I don't know if she's here today, but y'all wish her well. She had first time she's had COVID, so it knocked her on her ass. First time you get COVID, it's always a bitch. First time I had COVID was like a 6-week thing too, man. It was nasty for the longest time. Now I'm a pro at COVID. I've had it 3 times already. Each time is better than the last. Still never fun though. New to the channel, very appreciative of the content. If there's an option to subscribe to the heat map, yeah, there is. The software only. Yeah, you can go to the Rocket Place website. I'll give it to you. One second. I'll type it in chat. And you can go here. It's actually 50% off first month. So it's $199 a month for the software. Works for any stock, ETF, everything, futures, and it's half price for the first month to check it out. We start our boot camp in 1 week. So not this Monday, but the following Monday, we start again in 1 week. You guys join our program, 20 days for $20. I will teach you day trading for $20. You spend a whole month with me for those $20. It's by far the most substantial and awesomest thing we do. This is one of Jen's songs as well, which is why it's awesome. She wrote some good ones. This is Geo's. Wait, hold on, no, not Geo's song. That's not the one. Which one is? I want something. So we need to find a song that makes the market go down. That's awesome, dude. How did I overlook this one? TRS made this one. Dude, it's got like that late 80s skater punk Black Flag sound to it. Sex Pistols. That's a good song. It's the kind of music I would listen to. Like normal. It does sound like it's from Tony Hawk. From Tony Hawk games. You just saw the Misfits at Coachella? No way. Is everybody who's still in the Misfits? That's it? I want to hear it one more time. Is Jerry still in the band? Glenn, wait. The original? No, wait. Glenn was singing too? Oh, okay, so he was memed lately at some festival because he's just like old and fat and trying really hard to be sexy. Well, granted, everybody gets old, but they were memeing how Danzig kind of lost his spark a little bit. He was trying too hard. So, are they still punk rock? Misfits are so good. I was a huge fan of them. So the whole band is there? Jerry only, everybody? Cool. So the whole crew? Is it Glenn, Jerry, Doyle, his brother, Doyle, Jerry's brother? One more minute. They're all go up songs. Yeah, these are all go up songs. Play Life is a Highway, the 1 hour loop. Life is a highway. I want to ride it all night long. Down, 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 down. These songs are having the opposite of what we want. All the songs you guys wrote were so motivational. Corn falling away from me. If you're going my way. WWE SmackDown versus Raw 07 had the best soundtracks. They really did have some good soundtracks for WWE. That song, the Tom Cochran song reminds you of The Office, the Life is a Highway. I think his name is Tom Cochran, I think. You're going to make Spybreak HP. I'm providing bullish love to the market. The indicators are still flat-ish and picking up momentum. There is no selling pressure from here. Egypt Central, you make me sick. Never heard that song. LOL, they played it all over and over when they had to take Holly away. Such a sad day of The Office. Market doesn't hate this song either. Okay, let's find a song that Market hates. This was Soldier's song. I actually like this one a lot too. It's got like a Rufus feel to it. It's kind of jamming by the pool. I feel like I played any Kesha song, the market would absolutely vomit on itself. So I like the long liquidity pockets. This is kind of where my bread and butter trade is. Here to here is always a good setup. And with this blue line greater than 0, this is weekly res. This will be strong support and DD ratio greater than half. So strong support from here to here. So what I do is I just, instead of trying to chase the longs, I think I'm going to miss out. I'd rather miss out. I'd rather wait for the opportunity to get a good dip. DD greater than half. Weekly res greater than 0. These are both bull setups for the 485 bounce on SPY or QQQ. And then DD greater than half for bottom of the liquidity pocket. These are the ideal setups. So the chase trade is like to plant something to bet on the break and go. I don't like to bet on the break and go. What I like to do is wait to see if anything bad takes off. Now, this tried to take off when we recovered this. That's not good for the sell side. The volatility was squashed very quickly. So I might not get another dip to buy, although I'm sitting very pretty in all my trades here. I'm in no hurry to give anything back by chasing along at the top. I really want to get something good. What is this? We already heard that song. Oh yeah, this was the industrial one. It sounded like Erdling or like Rammstein. With the sirens in the background. But then the singer sounds a little much like, not like them, but the music sounded very German industrial. It's hard to say what band this sounds like. The vocals sound so different than, I don't know. It's like a budget Corey Taylor, probably, yeah. It does. No, I do. I hear Corey Taylor very much so in that last line. That's like early Corey Taylor. Like, it's like early. That's like 2001 Slipknot. That's like early. I heard it. We need an Argent metal version of Rocket Scooter. Hell yeah. Keep playing something so we can break through, and then the longs in here are like, keep playing music. That MHP bounce is still pretty strong on QQQ. But we did open below it, so you got to keep in mind that when you open below MHP, it likes to stay below MHP. If anything, we get an end of the day press to here and a scalp inside of here. But I don't think we sell off any further than this. The market is extremely liquid. And liquid markets don't really crash. 5-finger death punch. Yeah. I played Dave Matthews Band, crashing me. Oh, what's up, Theo? Yeah. That's actually a... That actually might work. All right, what else do we got? What are you best for prophets life? But the AI songs, it's like, while it's metal and sounds cool in the verse, the chorus always sounds like Christian rock breakdowns. You know, it's like just that generic distorted pop rock sound. So lame. Hasn't gotten it right yet. I'd like to see AI produce some like really awesome metal with good vocals that are like, oh yeah. Night at the Roxbury. A rapper stopped traffic on I-75 to record a freestyle. Has to be a top signal. Like 5 nights of traffic. Dude, that is so crazy that people do this stuff. An Evanescence rocket scooter AI take? Yeah, that would do it. 12 Stones, Evanescence, Skillet. That was like college air. Amberlin popped out of that same scene. Amberlin's always been good. And they like, even though they're Christian, they're not like, they always told people we're not Christian rock though. We're like regular rock. Speaking of Amberlin, I saw them not too long ago. But with Maddie singing with them now. Stephen Christian took a hiatus for a year. It's pretty good, dude. If you guys like Amberlin, if you guys like Maddie Mullins, he actually crushed it pretty good. I haven't heard Evanescence in decades. Not since Daredevil the movie, where they were like everywhere for like a couple minutes. Daredevil with Ben Affleck. Are they still on the scene? I don't even know. Aren't the Killers a Christian band undercover? I don't know. Killers is a pretty wholesome band though. That's what Killers are one of my favorite bands of the modern era. Like favorite rock bands. Like Mr. Brightside is like the 2000s version of Smells Like Teen Spirit. It almost defined a genre. There's so many indie rocky bands that came out of that kind of sound. Killers just kind of like pioneered a whole new wave of this like modern indie rock that everyone kind of copied for like 5 or 10 years. Switchfoot was lit. Yeah, I saw Switchfoot a couple times in concert. I saw them at a music fest at BuzzFest one year, and I saw them again at some like Christian rock fest I went to. They have a new song for the Devil May Cry anime. Oh, that's pretty dope. Metallica, King Nothing. That's a good song too. Papa Roach. I like Papa Roach a lot. Was this like a jazz version of the Rocket Scooter song? This is the one that's gonna do it. This is Kumo's song. It's like that sublime sort of ska sound to it. Skillet is a Christian band that says they're rock too. Yeah, it's all about the genres. They have to say that they're rock so they can sell more records. Skillet is absolutely a Christian band. They play at their church. Him and his wife, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this is like Scooby-Doo Rocket Scooter. It kind of sounds like, come on, gang, let's follow. And they're like you see the Scooby-Doo wagon like chasing another car to this song. I can feel it. The Very Bad Brains. Yeah, it kind of does sound like Bad Brains a little bit. It needs more horns to be like the Boss Stones, though. And the guy like skank dancing in the background. Haven't done that since 1998. I need a shaggy wig. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. These are written. We had a contest where people are writing AI songs. I think a lot of people use Suno and a couple of their AI songwriters, but I use Suno when I do mine. I do love Breaking Benjamin. My go-to bands, like pretty much for like a decade, were Breaking Benjamin, Red, Evans Blue. I listened to like a lot of that Incubus, Deftones. Like that was my like rock go-tos. Good stuff. Breaking Benjamin and Stained. Stained. Whoa, I haven't heard them in a while. Yeah, Chevelle, same list. Chevelle, awesome. I still got Jars on my playlist. That song has like never left my rock and metal playlist, even though it's not super metal. It belongs on every playlist that you listen to heavy music. Listen to Incubus when you're surfing. Incubus is like the best jam to listen to when you're like driving down the road to the beach with the top down, windows down kind of thing. Incubus is just a vibe. Interesting song. I haven't heard this one in a while. Okay, hold on. What do we got here? Eva's song idea. Is there a Rocket Scooter app to download? Yeah, there is, Kevin. If you go down to... You go here. Hold on. That's the link to go to get the app. Any songs that are kind of like The Strokes? I don't know if there's anything that people wrote that had that kind of like that kind of sound. This song, I didn't like the chorus, but I love the verse, but I love the chorus. The chorus kind of sounds pretty cool for a minute. This is Eva's song. People wrote AKA, yeah. Yeah, Kevin, that link I typed, you download the app from there. Will this be a breakout in MHP? It could be. The S&P and NASDAQ are both MHP resilience is greater than 0. As much as I still want to chase along from here, outside of DD bands like this, I don't necessarily chase along. What I do is I wait for the market. Will always have some reason for it to come down. I don't bet that it comes down, but I wait. And if it comes down, I know where I hook it back up. So if I draw my chart on the right side, I wait for something like this. I don't try to catch a few pennies on the way up. You know, you could have been invested all morning for the market to go up 10 points. It's not what I want to be. The minute Trump says something, you're out of your trade, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to wait for something to happen and then we're going to respond to it. That's the trick. Markets do this, just wait. Is Rocket Scooter browser only? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's browser only for simplicity for you. An app would be harder for you to constantly install updates and whatever. So you load up in the browser. If you load it in Microsoft Edge, you can turn it into an app. So you right click or you click your settings in your browser on Edge, and you can turn it into a desktop app. So the new Windows 11 Edge version has the ability to create desktop apps out of browser applications. That's how I got rid of all the taskbar and the bookmarks bar and all that stuff. Hyperlink bar. Chrome does it too. Oh, cool. I didn't know Chrome does it. Need to buy some of that patience. I convinced myself to have that patience because it makes a whole lot of money. I know I'm in no hurry to put a couple dollars into the market. Even though I don't think it's going to come down, I just wait in case it comes down. Anybody can say something. I could be sitting here. The market can go, woo! My financial juice goes off. There's an alert. And then all of a sudden, you know, something. Trump mentioned that they're going to delay the talks a week and the market goes to here, and then stabilizes here. Then I grab that dip and go. In markets like this that are news driven, just wait for news to give you something. It'll always come. Even if I miss out on the next 30 or 40 points in the S&P, don't care. I make a ton of money. I don't need to make anything. What is this one? Oh, that's a short song. Let's see. Here, listen to that one. All right, let's see how much. I don't know why we don't play this song all the time. I already love it. Dang, AI country sounds good. Jesus. Can you do it on a Mac? I'm sure you can do it on a Mac, but I don't know how to do it. It's great that they got the tonality of the singer is like completely like on point. You know what I'm saying? Like the metal kind of still sounds a little weird, but the country voices. You can't tell the difference between AI country and real country. That's the crazy part. That's how generic real country actually is. It's pretty much why. You know what I'm saying? I guess because country music is so generic sounding, it's hard to like not sound AI on its own. I like it. I'm gonna add that to this. Hold on, the country song. Wait, oops, I meant to download that. What am I doing? Good deal. Let me download this one. Download. Oh, that's a decent song. Yeah, the market fucking loves country. All right. So what happened here? There's the break. Yeah, not that song. Hold on. You guys know why we don't short above DD bands, and we tell y'all that's the rule. What am I looking for my financial juice here? Oh, here it is. What we got going on? Well, yep. Beijing weighs the fentanyl offer to U.S. starts trade talks. Wall Street Journal. That's not really good news. It's just good news. That the talks have started. We expect talks to start. Again, not shorting this. But as you see, guys, we don't short above DD bands for the reason that the market's predisposition to keep going higher. And we just wait. See, you see how the market works like this? Had I been in any trade, I could have made some accidental money or lost accidental money. But had the news come out that was bad, it could have dropped very quickly right to my target. I can actually take an action off of it, right? Hey guys, trade talks are going to smart. That really didn't move too much. It was just 50 points in NASDAQ, maybe 10 points in the S&P, but it did pick up a little momentum from there, which is good. Still chilling. There's a red line, 249, resistance there. I would say S&P right here. I don't know what targets we have other than unbounded to the upside. So ideally, I'd like to get more setups off the bottom if I can get them, but it doesn't look like I'm going to get them. I definitely don't chase this. Times like this, I just let the market move and I just be excited that I'm not short, which is what our rule states. So hopefully nobody was short. What are you doing at the red line? Nothing, Marco. Nothing. We wait. I know it sounds boring, but we wait. We wait for something better. Typically, if I was long, I'd exit at next pivot, but red line's on a short pivot. China sees potential fentanyl offer as a way to begin trade talks. Expected to lead the fentanyl effort. Somebody's security SAR Wang. Oh God, I can't pronounce this, but some security, somebody in China that they're named, I don't know who that is, expected to lead the fentanyl effort. So it looks like China's very serious about the deal with the United States based on the fentanyl offer. Wait, you can't use it because Tradeify banned your country? What country are you from? If you didn't win because Tradeify has banned your country, there's nothing we unfortunately can do for you. I can't give you another code for another prop firm. So in the sweepstakes and the contests we do, unfortunately, if you can't use the prize, then you just can't use the prize. Just sorry about that. But if you Because it might be that other prop firms will have the same situation.
In the city, lights so bright, rocket scooters in the night, chasing futures, dreams.
No, we'll just re-give it away to the community.
Rise the height.
Everybody hates indie girl voice. This has got to make the market pull back.
Wheels of fortune spinning fast, markets booming, shadows casting a rush, our hopes amass. Ride the wave, the die is cast.
I hate every singer that sounds like this. Literally hate with a passion. I wish bad things had happened to them. Like, what is that accent even supposed to be? Like, everyone hates this accent, so it's like I just call it indie girl voice. I don't know what it is. It's the girl with the ukulele. I. Apples and bananas. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a. God. Apples? Apples? Are you saying apples? Apples? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Everyone hates that. It's got to bring the market down. But I don't want to ruin you guys leaving the stream, so I got to stop playing that song. That's bad enough. Imagine if you were like a musician and you were just like, let me just bandwagon this trend and just do what everyone else is doing. So what do? I'm a musician. Oh, you're copying the indie girl's ukulele sound that everyone does. Oh, I get it. It was cool when like Of Monsters and Men did it, and yeah, they went mainstream, but then everyone else started doing it. It was kind of like Lord Royals. Oh God, she's the worst. Music's good. The voice is awful. Oh yeah, the Rocket in My Pocket song. I remember this one. There's a new deathcore band called Not Enough Space with 2 female screamer growler singers, and there's a song where she moans during the breakdown. It's amazing. Okay. All right, we're gonna listen to this later. What is it? Not Enough Space? What's the name of the song? Tell me a good song to Google by them bartending. Primitive? Okay. I love deathcore. I'd play it, but I get copyright strikes if I played it. So red line is always a pivot that's worth looking at, just not a pivot I usually take. Have I heard the Who? H-U? No, what's the Who? Illiquidity pivot has to do with, let me show you what it looks like. Hold up. So an illiquidity pivot, or the red lines we call them, is a pivot that is based on a previous imbalance to the downside. So the market usually responds to these red lines with pivoting action. So an example is this line we're sitting at right here came from this particular sell-off on that particular Wednesday before the market crashed out. This is before the big crashes. Okay. And so this has 2 resistance pivots on the way up, where all that selling pressure created an imbalance. The buyers are now returning to where the sellers were. This is always a big pivot. So we call them, well, red lines is what people call them because I always made them red, but they're called illiquidity pivots. So we tend to follow them. They can be resistance pivots. I don't short off of them, but they can be resistance pivots. My indicators are on a new trading platform called Rocket Scooter. So it's a cracked up version of TradingView. So you have to get there. You buy the indicators, and actually we give you the platform to go with it. Wait, whose song is this? Whose song is this? Huh? Huh? Stu? Huh?
Wake up, charts of coffee in my hand.
Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy.
Matt on the grind, got the rockets.
This is the one that started off as Kesha and then ended up as like something else in the middle.
Quick scalp moves, profits grown. Breakout hit, I'm taking the ride. Risk on lock, never slide. Algo signals, money vibe. Day trader hustle, we thrive.
It goes from Kesha to Blackpink really quick.
Volume flow, my navigation. Margins tight, never respect the tech.
This was Stu's song.
Hedge pressure hitting, I'm watching the break. Resilient, strong, I'm ready to take.
It's the one that made you think about walking in front of a train. The beat is good though. The beat is really good. It's like very, very Blackpink. I mean, if you guys like Blackpink, I think Blackpink's awesome.
Smart money math, we're never the same. We're trading futures, playing it clean, chasing no dreams, just living the scene.
So Visionary, this was his song. I actually like the beat, is good. That's definitely gonna crash the market. Okay, let's see. This wasn't really substantial news other than that we're continuing the talks that we knew we were gonna eventually start. I don't think it's changing news. I don't think it's gonna change the direction of the market. We're continuing to press higher just because. Bull market, everything's good. Yeah, so if you guys want the rocket scooter indicators, they're available on the platform itself. We give you the app, everything. It's a one-time fee per month that gets everything all in one. Bum, bum, bow, bum, 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 bow. Still very bullish from here. No, it apparently loves Stu's song a whole lot.
Lines on the chart like art, I paint from boy flow, my navigation. Margins tight, never wrecked, respect the tech. I'm collecting checks, hedge pressure hitting, I'm watching the break. Resilient, strong, I'm ready to take. Mental game sharp, discipline raw, market sharp.
I don't think we're gonna get a pullback. It would be nice to get a pullback, but I don't think we're gonna get something.
Lines on the chart like art, I paint. Staying sharp while the weak complain. Bag secure, trade like cyborgs. Data driven moves, living like lords. Rocket scooter, spinning the game. Smart money math.
Maybe it'll hate the breakdown in the middle of the song.
We're trading futures.
That's an Apex 25K today. How to not blow it up. New to Apex. Trade very carefully. Trade slowly. You know, take your time. Okay, analyze what to do with NQ now. I'm waiting for a better opportunity. Doing nothing right now. All right. All right. Name That Tune is over. None of the songs are working. Let's just play the chill music in the background. There's a lot of delta buying coming in to break this pivot. Yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to get back down to the blue line before I want to do anything. This is a great upward pivot. Definitely, there's no reason to try to fade this. Try to do anything else, but just to let this market kind of play out. This has been a general good upward progression. We've been waiting for this good news for a while for the market to keep going. Nothing really big to get in the way of all of this, which I do like seeing. Is Trump speaking now? I don't think Trump is speaking now, no. Where do you think we're running? This is the end of the day. Like, I wouldn't be guessing anything else from here. This is really strong, very bullish. Indicators are good. Nothing has been showing any signs of weakness today. Everything is really rock solid. I'm just waiting in case some kind of news gives us a pullback. I'm not exactly at all waiting for the market on its own to fall. As we're saying, as it's been creeping up and I haven't been taking the trade, I took my initial trades out the door and I'm okay with making what I've made, but I still need to wait for something good to happen. Google advertising antitrust remedies trial set for September 22nd. That's a Google. Netflix is trading at all-time highs right now. No way. I did not know that Netflix was at all-time highs. Netflix don't care about no tariffs. Jesus, I never even noticed. How did I sleep on this? I don't pay attention to a lot of the stocks, I guess. You just listened to Primitive. You think you understood 2 words in it? Oh, that's funny. You gotta love deathcore, man. Damn, Netflix. What? Like, what's the mechanism of Netflix going up? Are the subscriptions just doing better? Or like, I mean, Netflix is like the least cool streaming service these days. They didn't have any good shows, any good anything. They kind of sucked for a while. Was there a reason to have... Is there a reason to have Netflix anymore? I mean, they don't even have The Office anymore. Like, I think iDoc is watching You, the new series. Black Mirror, we watched that, I guess. But maybe the new Black Mirror season? The new season of You? Yeah, that's probably it. And the new Black Mirror, I mean, that was cool. I like that they revisited the Star Trek themed one. The video, that was kind of cool that they revisited that universe. They are recession resilient, they're tariff resilient, everything. Netflix is slop and slop is profit. Yeah, there's no way that they're affected at all by anything related to the global economy, especially as we learned in COVID. If the world goes to shit, people still buy like Netflix and then they use Zoom and like, you know, the internet service companies still do okay. Max has some really nice stuff you enjoyed. Yeah, we have like almost all the services. We tend to like subscribe to one to watch the show we want to see and then we unsubscribe to it. Like I think I had like Max for a little bit and Paramount for a little bit. TV's been sucking lately. I know. I can't even sit there and I can't even find a show that captivates me enough to watch it these days. The last time my face was glued to TV was like when I was watching Lost and I was like, I had to know every inch of that show. Ever since then, everything's been somewhat mediocre. I heard Game of Thrones was probably just as good as far as like addicting, you know, you have to watch every moment of it. But other than that, I don't think anything good has come out since then that was like that magnitude. In the NHL playoffs, yeah, that I would like to watch something like that more than a TV show. Severance is on my list. I don't get a lot of time to sit still and watch TV, but I definitely will check out Severance soon. Wasn't it Ben Stiller that made that? It was like supposed to be a comedy, but it turned to be like more like suspense drama than anything. Was it Ben Stiller? Ben Stiller, yeah. Black Mirror is always good, man. That's a really good show. There is just no resistance other than this red line. Other than that, Market has no potential to do anything. Even monthly hedge pressure, when you pop through it on news like this, I usually hope that it comes back and tests. It's rare that it does though, but we'll see. Hold on one second. Let me get my other computer. All right. Let's see what we get out of this today, guys. Red line, hopefully resistance. I want to see some pullbacks so I can get some better longs on this. The market just has no selling pressure, though. Where's my little drawing tool? There it is. Okay. Mark's gonna have a very hard time selling off. We did take some stocks just took a dive down. Let's see what we have here. Something just dropped below MHP for a hot minute there. One of the bigger companies. Who was it? Google. Oh. Google's around the edge there. Apple's around the edge too. So that's what's happening. Apple is breaking or attempting break, and so is Nvidia. That's where it's coming from. So let's keep an eye on some of the bigger tech stocks today because they're hitting their upper limits. Although I don't like the short markets, I like to see markets that are healthy and bullish pull back so I can find myself a better long entry. So this could be a nearby top, which would be kind of nice to see. I'd like to see what happens if the market attempts to pull back, and then I can find another dip to buy. But this is just a really solid, clean day today. If at anything, we get a little tiny bit of red in here, I'd be happy. We get a good long. I just don't like chasing longs here in the top. You know me, we wait for the dips, baby. What are the top step rolls? Refresh myself. I'm gonna do big board, leaderboard, top step. Let's get into this. I gotta remember the top step rolls. Does top step still have a consistency roll on the evals or no? The red line is an impact. It's called a run length red line. Is there still a 50% consistency on evals? Not funded? Yeah, my pullback goal is still the same target. Yep. We're losing some key areas for stocks, so it's good to see the market's likely going to pull back a little tiny bit. Probably get moved to live within a week or two. Yeah, probably. Like I said, there is no volatility at all today, but we'll see. At least that news should, I think, hopefully should be retested. So right about here. Get my tick chart up so I can watch the order flow. Love watching the flow on a tick chart. It's the easiest way to feel the market out. Funded and live, so they're not the same. So funded is sim funded. You're still trading fake profits, or sorry, fake account and getting paid profits from the company. If you win in a funded account, you're taking money from the funded company. If you're in live, you have a live trading account where you and the funded company are teamed up beating the market together. Hopefully that makes sense. You follow? the goals? Well, levels the green line. These are, this one right here is just where the news came from. So the market pumped up on some possible news that China and US are engaging in talks based on the fentanyl and all that stuff, fentanyl deal. And so I expect that would be where the news will get tested, where that green line is. A tick chart versus normal candles. A tick chart is the ability to see orders as they come in. Every 25 ticks on the time and sales. Oops, I don't think it's some easy way to see it. On the time and sales, every 25 lines is a candle on my chart. 25 is a way to really zoom in and watch the order flow of the market. So like basically every single candle is a bunch of orders. So when a lot of candles show up at once, it's a lot of orders or big orders. The candles, see how they show up at kind of like asynchronous frequency. It's not like candle every minute. When you start to see a new candle form, 25 orders has come through. So you see there's a pace. It's like, this is kind of normal flow. And all of a sudden when it's like, and like hundreds of candles show up, it implies that's the big orders coming through. In futures. So I use it to feel out the size of the orders based on the bid and the ask. So the bid and ask is really thin and a lot of sell orders come through. You're going to see a lot of candles show up at once, up and down within the minute. So this is not anything related to time. As you see, the axis for time is not consistently the same space per each minute. Like this minute had a lot of orders, this minute didn't. If you're going to go back where that news came out, wherever that news was, right about, I guess. When was that, by the way? Oh, it's back. Oh, back here, back here. Wait a minute. That's not the right. That's the wrong. Where was that? Right at about noon. Okay, noon. Oh, here it is right here. So the market went. So just in 1 minute worth of time, there's a ton of candles. See, there's a giant flurry. All of this is 1 minute of time. So you can see how there's a lot of activity in there. So I kind of look at it to kind of get a hint of the activity. It's not looking at technical analysis or anything. It's feeling out the speed of the market, like how rapidly the order flow is coming through. And so while the candles are just normally, like, I get a feel for it, like they're just ticking like this. It's just noise at this point. But you can tell if a move is very substantial, if there's a lot of tick candles that go with it. Yeah. So it's more like a way for me to watch the flow, and a much more, charting sort of way of doing it. It's the same thing as the speed of this ticking up and down, like how this is scrolling down. Like this is just a feed of numbers. The more candles, the faster the feed's gonna be. You know, the average size per lot is like 1 contract, 2 contracts. I mean, this is NASDAQ, right? So NASDAQ is, you know, the level 1 on NASDAQ is like very, very small. Like usually 1 contract on both sides, bid and ask. Well, where's it at? There we go. Yeah, see like 1. So with NASDAQ, you can see how the bid and ask is typically just like 1. So each tick is like 1. So it's the number of candles that show up, how far it moves this way that tells you there's a lot of order flow. NQ risk interval today is 215.25. So, Viv, if you won the giveaway, but your country, it's banned in your country, there's nothing we can do for you further. It's between you and the company. So if you can't use the account, unfortunately, you just can't use the account. There's nothing we can do for you. It kind of requires you to be able to use the account. So I wish there was something I could do for you. But there's nothing I can do. You just can't get the prize, I guess. And I can't give you another prop firm code. I'm sorry. Because if prop firms are banned in your country, they're probably all banned in your country. It'd be weird that one of them wouldn't be. Well, I'm just gonna give it away to somebody else. It's unfortunate that happens. I'm really sorry, but that's not between us, you and us. That's between you and them. So to enter the contest, clearly you have to be eligible to accept the prize as part of, you know, the terms of the contest. If your country, if Trade of Fire or whatever doesn't work with your country, there's nothing we can do. May you sell it? No. No, there's nothing we can do. That means there's nothing we can do. It means I'm going to do absolutely nothing. Can't do anything. Nothing means nothing. You got to take it up with them. If it doesn't work, then there's nothing we can do. Fun and Futures family, I've never tried them. I haven't taken them yet. Marvin will take it. We're just gonna throw it back into the circle of giveaway accounts and then give it away to someone else. Well, I do apologize that we can't help you. There's nothing I can do. Because, you know, maybe there's certain countries that prop firms aren't legal in. That would be the reason they probably wouldn't allow it. Maybe it's illegal to do it in your country. So to give you another account would probably have the same problem. What I kindly go is to my process for purchasing, prepping, and cooking steaks. Oh, glad to. So the process I have for steaks is very, 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 very simple. What I like to do, prime only, like I cook fillets. That's really the only steak I like to make. I usually like all kind of steaks, but I like to make fillets. They're by far top tier, best. You prime only, You know, you get a good one with good marbling. You get it. I trim the fat around the edge, like the harder fat, because I want a crust on the meat. I don't want the fat. The fat will usually burn. So any of that kind of like thicker fat that's on the edge of a tenderloin, trim it off. So that's mostly just meat on the edge. And then what I do is I put a little salt on it on both sides, let it come to room temperature, let the salt sit on it. And then, you know, wait 30 minutes to an hour. That salt will be gone. It'll usually be soaked into the meat. Salt will draw the moisture out. Salt will dissolve. And then the liquid will suck right back into the steak. As soon as that's done, pat it completely bone dry with a paper towel on all sides. And then I take the steak and I get a bowl of pepper and I just roll the steak and pepper on all sides. Then I get my pan searing hot and I'll sear it in the pan on all sides. You know, it depends on how big the steak is, but you know, it doesn't take long. It's like, you know, 2-3 minutes per side, get a nice crust on it. That's it. Depending on how you like your steak, throw it in the oven for that temperature. Put it in the oven and pull it out 5 degrees cooler than your minimum steak temp for whatever you want, like 125 or 130 if you want medium rare, medium, whatever you want. Pull it up 5 degrees sooner. And then once it's come to temperature, you know, put a thermometer in and the fattest part of the fattest piece of steak, throw in the oven, cook it. Once you get the temp, pull it out. Let it rest. Very important. Don't cut into it. Let it rest. I let it sit to cool off a little bit so that I don't cook it further while I'm buttering it. So I let it sit for maybe 10 or 15 minutes so it's not super hot. And then I put the butter in the pan. I throw a whole stick of butter in the pan. But I take some cloves of garlic and I just smashed them. I throw them in the pan. I put some rosemary and I put some thyme. And then I melt that butter down. Throw the steaks in on low, just enough to melt the butter, not enough to cook the butter. And just spoon that butter over it for like 2 minutes. Then I flip the steak over and spoon the butter on the other side. That's done. That's it. Try reverse sear sous vide. Yeah, reverse sear sous vide also good strategies as well. Sous vide takes a lot of time. I do have a sous vide. I just never use it because it takes a whole lot of time and effort. And I've gotten like to the point of being able to perfect the steak. But reverse sear is also good. It's just where you do the steps backwards. I don't really know the why would people reverse sear versus just sear it then bake it? Is there a reason to do them backwards? I don't know. I'm not a chef, so. Who wants to buy the Trade of 550K code? All right. Seriously? Stop. You're banned from the channel. I told you there's nothing we can do. Don't ever fucking talk over me. In my house. And sell shit to my viewers. You're banned. Get out of here. When I say there's nothing we can do, it means fucking nothing. Jesus Christ. These people. I told you, we're giving it away. You're not going to sell things to my viewers. Give it to Sue. I talked to Sue yesterday. He got his account. There was the Sue scammer. Oh my God. I'm not trying to be mean. I told you there's nothing we can do, and I said it 5 times. Unfortunately, prop firms are banned in your country. And if you're trying to resell it to people to make money, that's probably why prop firms are banned in your country. Probably that sounds scammy. Go on, get. Go on, get. Like, When I say there's nothing we can do, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. Be pitching, typing 4 or 5 times in here who wants to buy a prop firm. Jesus Christ, get the fuck out of here. And don't ever come back. Any likely pull down? I'm waiting for it. Nothing. Nothing means 0. It means nothing. It means sorry for your loss. And I hate to say it that way. But you must be eligible to receive the prize to win the prize. You can't hawk it in this stream to people. For cash. For 30 bucks. So I'm saying there's a chance. No, somebody won the contest yesterday that's ineligible to receive the account. According to them, trader funding programs are banned in their country. So now they're here trying to sell the account to the viewers. And they said, can I get another code? Because it's not allowed in my country. And I said, no, we can't do anything for you. Unfortunately, you forfeit the prize. Well, can I sell it? No, there's nothing we can do. And then they're spamming the chat with an offer for somebody to buy it from them. I will contact Tradeify, and if you use that code, any of you here, I will have you banned from Tradeify. So if you buy an account from somebody, I will make sure you are banned from Tradeify. I'm in that deep with these guys. So don't buy a code third party. I'm notifying them immediately after the stream that that code is to not be used anymore. So just letting you know, that code is now marked cash. It's like marked bills when you rob a bank. If you open that box, it's going to spray blue paint all over your face. And I'll ban you from Tradeify. Because you're stealing codes and copying, or you're not stealing codes, but like borrowing codes from other users, and you can't do that. They will not allow it. They will ban you immediately. They're non-transferable, all that stuff. So be cool. Don't buy codes from other people. Well, I wouldn't ban you, but they would ban you. That's the rule. You can't do that. You can't account share, code share. You can't do any of that stuff. Any of the properties will ban you from that. Yeah, don't be dumb. Don't give somebody your money in another country where prop firms are banned. I'm just trying to scare y'all out of doing it. That code is now marked like a wanted criminal. You have your own futures account on Schwab. You want the 50K advance would be your strategy if you were in this situation going forward. I mean, honestly, consistent. A couple things you can do. If you want to use the prop firm, you can. If you don't want to use the prop account, you always welcome to give it away to somebody, and we'll allow that. Like you have a friend that wants to use it, you can always transfer it by giving it away. I will totally allow that. That's okay. Am I ready for a business loan? Their chat is all also about comedy. We have to meme and have fun with stuff. At 25 to life, breaking bricks. Y'all be sitting next to the people that rip tags off of mattresses. You'll all be locked away forever. This guy's always on his period. Usually. But it's great to bleed in my pants all the way to the fucking bank. Because it makes a whole lot of money to be PMSing in a camera in front of all you degens. That's pretty gross. Do you have a Discord we can join? Yeah, we do. Here it is. Tattoo the code and send it. Very vivid, I know. That was seriously though. No, we just have fun. We just meme people, but no, don't be. You come in here and selling stuff to people. That's gonna. You're gonna wake the beast. Oh, I need to give away one boot camp because somebody donated boot camp today. Let's do one giveaway for free class. So one of our members donated 20 bucks for the giveaway. Hold on. If you're not a member already, I totally forgot to do the giveaway. If you're not a member already, you can access to our 20-day boot camp by typing the word free class in chat. We'll do one more drawing for this. 20 days for, it's basically 20 days for $20 normally is our boot camp price. And what you do in the boot camp is you'll get to learn everything that I do. It's by far the most substantial trading education on planet Earth. And I'm not just saying that. Go read the reviews. People call it life-changing. Because we're the only place in the world that teaches you risk management, position management, I feel, to a degree that's consistent. This is what it is. There's 20 videos. Each one of them has a handout. We go through trade plans, setups. Some of our setups are 90%, 80%, 90% accurate. That's why I have a 76% win rate on my Tradeify accounts. Just a picture of that. This is just, I just snapped a quick screenshot of my Tradeify, even in this environment. That win rate comes from risk management, position management, market avoidance strategies. Anyways, you're gonna get a free class, free 20 days. It's a one class a day. We meet every day at market close. We give you how to account for volatility, VVIX, how to adjust your position size based on volatility and overshoots. There's all kind of pro level trading tricks in here. So free class is giving you free access to the 20 days bootcamp. You'll learn every single thing we know. If you don't win the free class, it's okay. It's only 20 bucks. It's $1 a class. We start in 2 Mondays, so we invite you guys all to check it out. It is the best thing we do. It will change your trading. Somebody said bootcamp is amazing. What do you think about how the market has been acting today? So the market's just still very bullish because we were bearish on the threats of tariffs. And now as the heaviness from the tariffs is slowly unwinding, right? The market's just sort of like moseying on back up. So today's action is expected action. There's no bad news that's bringing this market down. We don't try to fade bull markets. We don't try to short bull markets. We wait for opportunities. So I'm waiting for I already took my trades this morning. I'm waiting for a dip to buy. Some tariffs are unwinding, but it doesn't even matter if the tariffs are unwinding just yet. It has to do with the narrative, as Wall Street is always trading the narrative. The hope that they'll go away is what's making people, get out of shorts along the market. But if any news comes back that they're back on the table, then obviously the market will respond very viciously to that. Okay, so the winner of this is going to get free access to the 20 days boot camp. You can come today. It's at 4 o'clock Eastern. It's there every single day, but the boot camp doesn't actually start until 2 Mondays. Right now, it's the end of the boot camp the last time around. And what we do is we're just reviewing what we've learned and going over trade plans every day. So you might be a little lost if you join today, but you can still join in today. Bufu, congratulations. Mad Yoda says the class is so good you had to close your charts early because you made too much. You guys are too funny. But if that's true, that's awesome. What's your take on Amit post about this morning? On Amit post about this rally, all retail, hedge funds all short? No, I don't think that that's accurate. It's hard. It's like, this is, I don't know if it's retail that's pushing the market up. I think that people just like to say it's retail when they don't understand what's going on. I wouldn't credit this move to anything other than shorts being squeezed up. I mean, it's pretty common. It's pretty easy to see that. And these are the hedge funds, the blue line, at least in futures, committed traders. We've been watching the shorts since January squeeze up the whole time. So even while the market was selling off, the hedge funds were covering their shorts. So I wouldn't call it, even though institutional longs aren't buying as much. They're still liquidating through this. The shorts themselves are still covering, which means the market is still liquid. Sellers and buyers are still fighting each other. And in reality, the bid being raised has everything to do with short covering. The other reportables are the ones that are actually pushing really higher. And this is interesting because this is like Federal Reserve banks and stuff. So dealers are having to cover shorts and buy because there's a lot of selling still. But the market is squeezing on just short squeeze and hope that, you know, that they work out a deal on the tariffs. This is a bunch of smart money just taking the bet that the tariff and trade war stuff goes away. I wouldn't say that retail is driving the market long. Retail are a bunch of pussies still trying to short this shit at the high. You read retail all day long. I made some comments in my Discord about some of these Instagram, Twitter traders are out there like, I think the market's going to go up, but I think I'm going to short because I think it has to come down before it goes up. Retail traders are a bunch of pussies. They don't chase longs at all. They short this shit and lose all their money. So I hate when people say the market's rallying in a bear market on retail. The market's usually rallying on a short squeeze. So when people say that, they tend to credit something they don't understand. Most of the retail population is scared too long from here. The only one longing from here is me, the person not scared to long, right? Longed right at the open today. So Bufu, good job, man. Did Bufu not say it in time? This is okay. This is okay. I'll give it to him anyways because I wasn't paying attention. This is my bad. If he missed the deadline and he's back, I'll give it to him anyways. He's changing his baby's diaper while trying to trade. The gentleman needs the boot camp. Okay. Let's give it to him. Let's just give it to him. He's got something. Got to do something to keep him company while he's babysitting on daddy duty. So you got it, man. Go to our Discord and send Slacks a message. He's our moderator. He'll get you the access to it. So usually, if you miss a deadline on the prop account giveaways, we give it away to someone else. But I didn't see that you missed the deadline. So yes, sir. We got you. Congratulations, man. Bootcamp is by far the coolest thing. Coolest thing we do. But yeah, I would say that the majority of retail are usually scared to chase longs after a big sell-off. Retail's psychologically tethered to the fact that the market's been bad, and a lot of retail is trying to fade or short this, or short for lower lows, where the smarter traders are trying to find long entries still until the market's proving us wrong. I'm going to send $20 to Victor's class. If you do that, I'll give Victor the class. Victor, aren't you already in the class? If you want to donate to Victor, I'll allow it. Oh. It pumped without a pullback, has to come down. Yeah, is a retail mentality. We've all been there. It is. And for me, it's not like it has to come down. It's like I'm waiting. If it comes down, then I'll get an entry. I've drawn my entries. I've been waiting for them all day. I took this trade today, then I jumped on the My Funded podcast and I was there, and then I'm just chilling. And now I'm going to take this entry again if we touch it. Just waiting. Not fading, not shorting, just waiting. Avoiding the long from here and looking for better entries. Marco, the class starts in 2 Mondays. The bootcamp will start over from class 1 in 2 Mondays. For Victor, well, heyo. Victor actually wins something. Well, kind of not wins something. Victor was given something. We still can't ever say Victor's won, so that this doesn't count, but congrats. So now you get to go, you get to take the class. Yeah, thanks, Yoda. That's really big of you, man. Really appreciate that. Victor's very happy. From our perspective, he didn't win shit, but from his perspective, he won something, which is good. Victor, you still haven't won yet. You're going to win the biggest prize of all. He earned it with his European attitude. Victor's the most consistent, fun-loving, good-hearted member we've got. He's a winner in my heart, though. He finally got called up from the minors. You're on, sport. Get your glove. You're pitching. The last guy got hit in the head with the baseball. He got a concussion. We have nobody else. You're up, son. Get your glove. What do I do? What do I do? Just throw the ball. There's like one batter left. We just got to close out this inning. It's the bottom of the ninth. Really appreciate the donation, Yoda. A little bit of pullback pressure here. That's good. I'd like to see us at least today test where this news was, which is about here. But I still don't have an entry up there. The problem is the market's kind of moved in no man's land. I don't have any entries to take. I wouldn't long from there. Monthly hedge pressure is the place to long from on the breaks. It's one of our best longs we do have. So it's always a really good support. But the problem is that monthly hedge pressure resilience is floating close to 0 on NASDAQ. It's actually coming down just a little bit on the S&P. So when we get there, it's probably not a second long entry, even though it could be a bounce. I do want to hit those liquidity pockets. Like I'd like to see a bigger drop today to hit that LP. That LP would be a solid trade. Not that we'll get there. It's kind of far away. It's like 60 points away on the S&P. About 240 points on NASDAQ. But right about 20,200 would be a great place. It's like the movie Rudy, but with Victor. It's the sequel to Rudy. And he finally gets to make like one. Yeah, it's exactly like the plot of Rudy. You get to play like the last play of the last game of the last season. You make that tackle. Ooh, boy. That's such a great movie. I want to watch that movie now. It's been a while. Which data would I recommend, Martin? For which one? If you're trading on Rocket Scooter, you only need the CME data, level 1 data for CME Group. If you're just trading futures, that's all you need. There is just no selling pressure here. This market is extremely comfortable at these levels. I don't even think I'm going to get a pullback to buy. I'd love to get one, but I don't think I'm going to get one. What a beautiful day today. I don't think I'm going to get one, but I'd like to get one. Get a good pullback. Yeah, I would say that a lot of retail mentality is scared to approach the market that is and is always trying to fade bull markets. For some reason, retail loves to short way too much. And that's, you know, we teach that thing is that a lot of people short too much. Always trying to bet that they don't trust the market that is, and trying to bet on market collapse and market sell-offs and market pullbacks. And it usually turns out to be one of the bigger failure points of people. And one of our biggest things we do teach in our boot camp is that for most people, they short too much. And the statistics of the market is that the majority of the market is going up most of the time. And so you very rarely should be fading a market. You should always be like, where do I get in on this long market? Whenever it's long like today, it's like, where do I get in on the long? And if the market looks like it pulls back and there's an hour or two of red, you have to be patient to be cool with missing out on it, to wait for the better opportunity. It shouldn't be, I need to chase it long and chase it short and chase it long and chase it short, because you're never going to be able to predict the market. The more you try, the more you're going to lose. And I'm just very strict with people about, you know, humans just are very scared to join the herd. In trading, it's always like everyone's prerogative to try to like, I think the herd is wrong and I'm right. I think it's an ego thing. Like people think that they know better and that they're going to be right when everyone else is wrong, kind of thing. I don't know. Very human thing, though. So at least at minimum, I like for us to price out this news we just saw earlier, this right here. So the news of China and US are going to start talking. It's not really game-changing news. We know they're going to talk. They're considering the fentanyl deal that pushes us higher. But at minimum, I think it'd be okay for us to at least test that. I'm still not going to buy the dip from there. I need a really strong pivot to long off of. Our greater indicators are still strong. They're still good. Ratio still 0.8. Resiliences are still rock solid. So I'm not worried about any of this. Guys, don't forget, I'm going to take a quick question break. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. But take a look at our current deals we have going with our prop firm partners. Use code Rocket Scooter everywhere you go for the best deals. Be right back. All right, we're back. So yeah, those of you that are from the My Funded Futures crew, if you guys checking out the stream, feel free to use the code Rocket Scooter. I mean, we do get the best deals from all the prop firms. Everybody says they have the best deals. We actually get the best deals. We're like tier 1 affiliate status with everybody. We do so much business with these prop firms. They give us the best of the best of the best. Is that pulling back? Just chilling, waiting for my pullback here. I'm sorry, I'm talking to the take profit guys for a minute. I just got updates on the timeline of the monthly hedge pressure dynamic and weekly hedge pressure dynamic overnight calcs. They're automated. And Wednesday or Thursday, I should be getting my beta version of that. So by Wednesday or Thursday, I should be getting data from the server of the automated. Yeah. We'll see how that plays out. Where's the data inputs coming from? On our servers. So we grab the options data from Opera, the raw data feeds, and then we have some server-based black box calculation modules that work on calculating all the stuff that we send to the platform. Yeah, less work for me to do every day. So the goal that we have, so one cool thing about Rocket Scooter is that all of our indicators are actually not calculated on the platform. They're actually streamed to you via WebSocket. So like we have the server computers come through here. I don't know why this is not drawing squares. Here we go. Jesus. We have the data. The data comes into our data proxy machine that divides the data up into different pieces for different needs for the platform, and then the data proxy machine feeds to certain areas. This one on the options side feeds to what we call our black box calculations, and I was going to draw all 50 threads, but I'm not going to do that. And then it basically just churns those calculations out, and then these get sent to our database, which is what your platform talks to. So the database has all the answers already, and then you at the UI, the platform you have, it talks to the database and retrieves the data and comes back. So what we're going to do is we're going to run our calculations. We're creating a separate series of modules to do the overnights in real-time dynamic. And this will also hit the database. And it'll be different because our real-time open interest model is also built into this, so that in the future, we might be able to have real-time dynamic hedge pressures that could move around on the futures chart, just to give you a little bit extra information. The question is, does monthly hedge pressure change based on the dynamic calc? Well, if it's strong enough, it would. It'd be nice to see if maybe after a certain amount of order flow, monthly hedge pressure did that. And the dynamic calc is an attempt at using our model to forecast what the real-time open interest would be in real time. So it's a whole new thing that I built, and it's something we're going to be piloting down the road. But the first thing everybody wants is the overnight dynamics. It's a calculation we publish every night for futures. They're very strong pivots. And I've been manually doing them for everybody, and now they'll be automated. So last night, this orange pivot was published by us, and 19,885, look how strong that pivot was, right? So this is now going to be automated in the platform. And so we'll have a prototype according to the email I just got Wednesday or Thursday. Super cool. Man, I wish I was eating crawfish right now. Apparently, today was My Funded Futures, according to what people are sending me, their biggest live stream they've had in this thing that they've had. So that's very cool to see us bringing some numbers to them. I wasn't even looking at the YouTube show. I was looking at just the streamer thing, the StreamYard. That's what somebody said. I don't know if that's true though. That's kind of cool. If we brought in the biggest numbers of these guys. One of the biggest, maybe. I don't know. Concurrent. Not total views, but, well, again, it just streamed 3 hours ago. We'll see what the numbers are going forward. But even it being more than 3 hours, it's still one of the biggest streams they've had on this show. That's kind of cool. Somebody said concurrently, this is the biggest we've ever had. That's kind of cool. You had 5 pounds last month, Tasty. Wait, what are y'all talking about? Am I missing steak? What are we talking about? Do I have a math guy who builds the models? That's me. I'm the math guy. Should increase the win percentage of live feed. It's hard drawing with the mouse while live. I know this mouse Epic Pen is very glitchy. You're going to add overnights to the RIDD table, Benny? Yes, we are. That is the plan. Are y'all talking about food or steaks right now? Or crawfish? Oh, crawfish, because I said crawfish, my bad. Yeah, I want crawfish because IDOC went and had crawfish without me. I'm so sad. Shout out to the trading community. Chris, what's up, man? Growing platforms and bank accounts together. Let's do it. Let's roll. Bro, you had 5 pounds last month, Tasty. We get crawfish like once, if not twice a week in season. This is like a routine in our family. Being vegetarian is a mistake. Do they represent what is typical streaming trading content? I don't really know because I haven't seen what their other shows are. This one wasn't really talking about trading. This was just like, I thought we were gonna get together and just talk about markets or whatever. This was more like interview Matt stream. That was kind of cool. I was blindsided because I didn't know it was gonna be an interview. It was kind of cool. I thought it was gonna be a panel and they would circle around and be like, hey, you know, Matt, what's going on in the markets today? I'm like, oh, you know, we just got out of Apple and Amazon earnings, markets recovering off of that. Nothing. They just asked me questions about me and I was completely blown away. It's kind of nice. Yeah, friendly reminder, don't rub eyes or your dong after eating crawfish. No, and wear 2 pairs of gloves if the pair of gloves you have is thin. The gloves usually don't even help. There's always some hole somewhere and you still get the goop all over your hands. Don't touch your eyes, ever. You'd imagine they're trying to enter you into their base. Yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool. I mean, they did ask me to come on once a week, so we'll see how it works out. I don't know if it affected our stream a little bit. Our stream numbers took a nosedive. But we had the biggest stream numbers that we've had right before I turned that on. So concurrently was pretty good. But that is their goal, right? With these TV shows is to leech viewership from everyone else. But I don't think we're going to lose loyal followers, but definitely people went there to watch for sure. But lick your fingers, right? Oh yeah, 100%. Just don't stick them in your eyes. Don't stick them on your dong. You're going to burn. Just don't put bottom feeding sea insects in your mouth and you're good. Oh yeah, dude. People that eat crawfish are so gross about it. And I love it. Biting the head, sucking out the juices, eating the lipids from around the thorax area, whatever the hell it's called. I'm not that dirty with crawfish. I'm just like I'm a basic bitch. I'm like crawfish tails only, maybe suck the head a little bit. Nothing's going on right now. Like I said, I didn't chase the high. The longs I made today are clear. I'll draw them on the stream. They're very clearly defined. Such an easy day to trade today from here to here. That's all I did. And then I got on the show, haven't done anything else. And then I'm waiting. And the market's just barely moved a little bit since then. Popped up, came down. I'm making no trades from here. I'd love to see some kind of excursion or something happen where I can get some better setups. But from here, nothing. And I'd like to see what happens if we interact with MHP one more time. If this is better than it was back here, I would definitely take the long a second bounce. Wouldn't have to worry about people leaving the show for them. They wouldn't have a show without you. Well, that's really kind. I'm sure the other people there are pretty good. But it's good to see, you know, at least for me, I'm very flattered to be asked to be on some of these shows, which is nice. It's good to get some recognition and, you know, some visibility. I like that. Your pops thought you crawfish is only good for bait. Yeah, for bass fishing. Well, I mean, yeah. My stream is, somebody said my stream is heads or tails, more sophisticated than anything you've come across. Cool. I'm glad. I think that's the common theme that everyone says, is that like we're kind of like the nerds of Wall Street. It's a little bit more higher technical, higher level discussion than the average trading stream. So that's what I like. I kind of built a home for myself in a place I feel comfortable. I like being around nerdy people that talk about nerdy stuff where I can just take notes and be like, I'm an engineer, so like I'm used to being around like smart, nerdy, cocky people that all knew all the answers, and it was always like a sponge to soak up other people's smartness. That's what I liked. If you're degens here, I mean, we're a different kind of degens. We're like more sophisticated degens, which is nice. New to futures, question it. Is it better to have consistency roll after passing during the eval is what I'm contemplating. So you can go both ways. Kurt, I'm doing it the other way, but there's two ways to do it. Number one is honor the consistency rule on the way up. The other one is screw the consistency rule, worry about it later. There's pros and cons to both. The first one, which is honor the consistency rule now, you'll get your payouts faster, okay? But you'll blow up more. I'll tell you why that is in a minute. If you honor the consistency rule later, which means who cares about it, worry about it after you get the payout target, what happens is you blow out less, but payouts are less frequent. And there's a benefit to both. And I'll tell you what they are. Less frequent. So you might think payouts faster is better, but think about it like this. When you're trading an end of the day drawdown account, I'll give you an example, or a trailing drawdown account, you have to go a certain distance for the drawdown to stop trailing you. Even end of the day drawdown is going to trail you for a little bit. Once you get past which is known as the buffer, then the trailing drawdown stops. And that's kind of the point. And past the buffer, you almost have like an immense amount, like you're no longer in a proper account. You're like a real account where you basically just blow up by going back to your starting point. My goal is to achieve the buffer as fast as possible, such that I'm not re-upping the accounts. If the trailing drawdown is trailing you and you're inching your way along, you run the risk of losing the whole account. Maybe you're on day 8 of the payout and you have 2 more days to go, or whatever day you're on the payout, you have like a couple more days to go, and then all of a sudden a Trump tweet blows you up, you got to start all over. But had you accelerated at the start of the day to get a little luckier, you have a lot more buffer in the account to survive that Trump tweet rather than here when it busts you. So my goal with Tradeify was to get as far ahead as I could. Who cares about the payouts? Worry about it later. That way I've secured the accounts and don't have to ever rebuy them, because I'm never going to blow them up unless I just get unlucky like a week in a row. So the goal for that, for me, is that. That makes sense. So you can choose both ways to go. An example, Kurt, is like when I'll use Tradeify is the one I'm currently using as an example. And they're both correct answers. It just comes down to how you wish to trade them. And so Tradeify is an example. The 150K static I have is a 9,000 profit target with a 10-day trading minimum with a 20% consistency. So with these numbers, you can calculate about what you need to make every day to walk up to the finish line with consistency, right? And so the rule, the way you do that is you do a max and min calculation of the two parameters that are given to you. The first is if it's 10 days minimum at a 9,000 profit target, then I need to get $900 per day at minimum. If it's 20% consistency at 9,000, then I need to make $1,800 maximum. So as long as I'm inside of this window per day, by day 10, I should be pretty good. And sometimes by day 7 or 8 or 9, I've made it and I can flip the account the other days, which is perfect. But if I were to make the $9,000 in 1 to 2 days by trading aggressively, then I no longer have the trailing drawdown that goes with me. Some of my accounts I have with Tradeify right now, I have like 40K buffer on them, like $40,000 till I go bust. And I might need to make another 20K to get a payout. Don't even care. I'm never going to blow up that account. 40K. So I don't have to ever re-up it. The $500 I spent for it is locked in. Inching along here, you might blow up a lot more because of the environment of the market. So the risk I'm taking is longer payouts, but smaller upfront cost. The risk you're taking inching along is you might pay a couple more for the accounts because you might blow up a little more often without a buffer, but you also get faster payouts. Like me, one of my accounts took like 23 days to get a payout on a 10-day payout window because I blew the consistency, didn't care. And then I work for it at the end. And so what's the right or wrong answer? There's no right or wrong answer is the best part. For me, it's to lock in a crazy environment that's very volatile. You're going to want to get there as fast as you can to get to that buffer because the volatility is a little more crazier. The market's more sensitive to news. So you might bust a lot more. I need buffer in the account to survive Donald Trump. In a tighter, chiller, less volatile bull market, inch along with the consistency because very rarely is a market crash day going to come out and bust your ass and lose the accounts. So in higher volatile markets, and I said back in December, I said my strategy with Tradeify one of my days was like 7,000 on the account. Somebody said, well, what about your consistency? I was like, well, I don't care. I'm just going to work it out later. And that's what I did now. And again, it took like 20 something days to get the account paid out, which is okay. And it's all up to how you want to do it. But with a huge buffer there, I have almost unlimited potential with this account. I'd have to really try hard to blow up a 40K account. Hopefully that works. Hey, thanks for the donation, Manandar. Appreciate that. So yeah, so it's like pros or cons. And with somebody with like Tradeify with cap payouts, the goal with them, the reason I did that, my goal actually wasn't the payouts, the goal was live. See, with Tradeify, the thing is they give you, if you, once you move to live, they take whatever your balance is, like whatever balance is left over after your payouts, and they transfer it to live account. And you can max out at 15K per account. And plus, a prop firm can move you live at any time they want to with the balance you have. So the goal for me is to have a ridiculous balance. That way, when they move me to live, I'm maxed out. So with Tradeify, you can make, once you make 80K payouts, they're going to move you exactly to live with whatever's left transferred to your live accounts. 15K max per 5 accounts. So that I can make $75,000 of funded accounts when they move me over, 5 times 15. So I need to have at least $75,000 split between those 5 accounts of buffer as well, such that when they move me to live, I'm not given a rinky-dink $5,000 or $10,000. When Pat Whelan went live, they only gave him like 30K to trade with because 2 of his accounts made there. And so I learned from that to say, when they move me live, I want 75,000. So I have Tradeify staring at a huge balance right now of, oh geez, we gotta have to give Matt 75 grand at some point. So that's my thought, right? Now, again, I could fuck it all up tomorrow. It happens. But hopefully with 40K and just trading, right now I slow down. So I traded really big at the start, and now I'm slowing down. I mean, my profits today are here, right? So like, that's it. Like, I'm slowing down and making like, you know, the consistency of, you know, 1 to 2,000 a day per account. And so now I'm slowing down to inch my way there. But at that rate, it's going to be very, 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 very hard for me to blow up accounts with 30 and 40K buffer. It's never going to happen unless I just have the worst luck like weeks in a row. So with that, I've basically secured getting max live account with these guys. Most traders trade to payout, and that's when you would prefer the first thing I told you, because you want to get your payouts as fast as possible. And I do train people to do that. Get your payouts as fast as you can. When your goal is me that wants to get every live account possible, I don't care to do prop trading. I want to get every live account with the max amount that I'm saying, screw the consistency. I still have to get 80K payouts with Tradeify, but now I've secured that I'll get them. It's just a matter of time. So that's the way I do it. But anyways, thank you, Manandar, for the donation. Really appreciate that. Never thought of it that way. Get out of a buffer. And so with Apex, a lot of your influencers in Apex will do the same thing. They'll go out there and they'll copy trade all 20 accounts and YOLO them and blow up and YOLO them and blow up and YOLO them and make a big fat money gain out of it. And then they've got their way out of the trailing drawdown buffer. And then once you've done that, it becomes easier. Once you remove trailing drawdown and drawdown buffers, it's like you remove a rule that makes it harder and easier for you to blow up. And so the goal of trading prop accounts is to get away from as many rules as possible. The tricks are really simple. Number one is you can buy your way out of rules. Number two is you earn your way out of the rules. So an example is that you want to get past the buffer, then your trailing drawdown stops trailing. One of the rules goes away. With Tradeify, you can go straight to funded. Well, then I can skip an eval. I bought my way out of that. Right? End of the day drawdown versus trailing drawdown accounts are usually slightly more expensive, but you've bought your way into an easier rule. I will always pay more money for the easier rules. I don't play the prop firm game. I'll buy the most efficient one they have for the most expensive price, because I know that if something has got 10 times the failure rate but half the price, it's more attractive to you because it's half the price. But 10 times the failure rate, you ultimately pay more money. So get out as many rules as you can. When we donate $100 very cool. Thank you so much. What currency is that, by the way? I'm very... Does anybody... What currency that is? I can turn that into bootcamp donations. Trades with Matt just had another baby. Well, I knew that was coming. When I went and hung out with Matt a couple weeks ago. I went out to Austin and Maddie took me around his studio. They've just built for Tradester, his new trading platform. It's dope. Like the studio is cool. Like I honestly, it makes my trading office look like it needs an upgrade. So they're building a trading platform and it's really, really cool. Is that rupees? Oh. Sorry, I didn't see my chat froze up. I don't ignore you, Icewild. Have I seen the new static accounts at ETF? I haven't seen the new ones. My chat froze. I just had to refresh my chat. What's new with the static accounts? The ETF has always had them. Did they change the rules? Let's double check. ETFs direct funded. Right now they have, oh shoot, they've got 90% off. Oh, ETF has 90% off their static accounts today. Oh, go for it, guys. If you guys want to check out their statics, 90% off. That's actually a really good deal. $1,000 drawdown and 2K profit. Oh, that is really good. Okay, that's actually really good. Hold on. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. For static account, this is really good. Like, static accounts usually have really shitty stats on them. Okay, not that I'm doing this for any other reason, but this is actually a static account with a $2,000 drawdown. Static for 44 bucks. That's a steal. That's actually really good. Your static accounts are normally like $600 a drawdown. Static account means that the trailing drawdown, the drawdown doesn't trail at all. It's you start at 0, and if you lose 2,000 bucks from 0, you're out, period. So you have buffer already from the start. You've already advanced to the buffer. Anything you make, you blow up when it's minus 2,000. That's pretty cool. Normally, static was like $625 for the 100Ks. Wait, are there 100Ks? Hold on. Is this like, that's it? There's no more that goes up to 50K? They don't have any more accounts. Like I can't scroll to the right. Okay, so that's it, 50K. Yeah, it was 625 for the 100K. And now it's 2,000 for 50K. Yeah, so they reformulated their stuff at ETF. Okay. Statics, by far, are one of the worst accounts you can do because of that tight drawdown. But $2,000 drawdown. That's too good to be true for static. That is the way to do it. They're credible. I have never had problems with them. So, well, let me give you guys a link. That's pretty good for 90% off. Let me give you the link and let me give you the code. Use the code Rocket Scooter there. Very cool, actually. And so, $2,000 drawdown compared to Apex is like $625 for 100K. I still think Apex is the same, right? $625. So you really can't beat that deal. That's a really solid deal. Normally they're expensive, but because they're 90% off, that's what makes it a steal. Hold up. But they did reformulate their drawdown, which is kind of cool. Here is the, use this link. Here, do they take crypto payment? I'm not really sure. And use this right here. Use that code. I think Apex is still 625 per. Let's look at see if they have Apex. Static. Yeah. So just by comparison, the Apex static eval of 100K is 2K profit goal with 625 drawdown. That is very tight. You guys know, you mini traders out there. $625 is like 13 points in the S&P. Okay, per contract. That's not a lot. Okay. That's like 30 points in the NASDAQ. Not a lot. 2,625 for, you know, and if it's 20% off or 80% off, this will be about 15 or 16 bucks. So these guys are deciding to give you $2,000 a drawdown, 3 times the drawdown for 45 bucks. So this is that at $137, right? So very rare that you're going to see a static account with such a beefy drawdown. That's pretty good because a lot of your prop firms will have $2,000 of trailing drawdown. Not 2,000 static. That's a steal. They're giving you the buffer right out the door. That's the value. You always want to trade a buffer. That whole conversation just gave you about trading the buffer, which means the end of the day drawdown no longer trails. A static doesn't trail from the get-go. But the cheat is because the static doesn't trail, they give you a really, really thin, you can blow up immediately. So your first trade has to be your best trade. But with $2,000 of drawdown, that's pretty significant. That's 40 points in the S&P. You're not going to blow that up with one contract. So you get like 2 or 3 days of chances with that. Looks pretty good. Thanks for bringing it up, Icewell. It's an evaluation type, so it's not sim funded. But yeah, I appreciate that. That's actually a really good find. Thanks for letting me know. It's cool to see that static is a pretty, that's what you guys won today on the contest, actually. Their DTF accounts changed? No, because I was supposed to have a meeting with them and I wasn't able to make it. And the 2 people I'm meeting are both on vacation right now. So I'm not going to meet them again for another week. It's $80 to activate your account. Probably something like that, yeah. So some of the firms, like the ones that have very cheap evals, will have monthly activation fees. That's kind of the downside. Tradeify, as an example, doesn't have activation fees or monthly fees for these direct to funded. I pay one time for it and I'm good. But it's also, you know, $550 per account after our code. So, you know, to each their own. You're going to pay $40 up front plus $80 a month, or you're going to pay $500 at once and then keep it going. It's always the same price at the end, if you really think about it. Have I ever blown evals or a funded account? Be honest. Oh, yeah, all the time. Like I said, these Tradeifys that I'm holding, these aren't the original ones I started with. Each one of them is probably busted at some point. But I never blow them all up at once. And most, I think I lost 2 in one day. But the other, since I don't copy trade, I've never lost them all. So now, these 5 accounts that I have, I've had since probably the end of February or beginning of March. So these 5 accounts I have now have lasted for 2 months. But to get 5 accounts with buffer on them took about a month. So I busted plenty of accounts along the way. Probably like maybe 15 or so, which is not bad. Most of your prop jockey influencers are going to bust 1,500 accounts along the way. So during February, the market was absolute dog shit. So it wasn't hard to bust one up. But since if I split the risk like I do, you're never going to lose them all in a single day. You might lose one while the other 4 made money. That's how it goes. But yeah, so this is on my Twitter. Yeah, so these 5 have been in circulation since, this looks like it goes back to, I started trading with these guys at the beginning of February. And the 5 accounts I have now, this is from 2 days ago, this is from actually yesterday, I think, the day before. This plus $12,000 of payouts from the accounts that did bust aren't included in this total. That's what put me over the 100K. But this looks like that says March the 10th. Wait, hold on. So yeah, so I don't know where on here is March 10th, but like early March, late February is basically where all 5 of them have been from. So I haven't busted since then. $100K is $90 Top Step all day long. Yeah, Top Step is great. I'm gonna start trading my Top Steps this week. You guys convinced me to go get on their big board. How's the static work? Do you earn what you profit from? Well, no. The static is always an eval stage. Once you have static, you got to pass the eval. Once you pass the eval, then you go to funded, and then you get paid whatever you earn, or whatever the payout rules are. So the static is different than your traditional account, which has trailing drawdown or end of the day drawdown. The static drawdown doesn't move. So that's kind of neat. Turn up a Top Step. Okay. I know, Evan, you've been yelling at me about Top Step for a while, so I'm finally listening to you. I'm going to trade Top Step and Funded next. I'm still going to keep Tradeify. Tradeify's Bay. I love Tradeify. They've treated us so well over there, and they give us, you know, very good products to choose from. But Straight to Funded is by far something, it's just, it's such a cool program. It's got everything I want in a funded account. 5 XFAs with Top Step later. Okay, cool. So I'll be trading with you guys. Top Step is 149 to activate your account. Ooh. Ugh. That's right. That's okay. They're cheap accounts. They don't cost much anyways. You thought Take Profit is the best? They're all good. Take Profit's one of the best. Yeah. I like direct to funded because I hate playing the eval game activation reset. I like to go straight to funded, and I'll pay the money to do that. But Take Profit's also very good. Take Profit is like currently everyone's favorite on top of Apex. So all the Apex traders that I know have all pretty much moved to Take Profit. They like Apex. Apex is good. Uncapped payouts and stuff is what's good with Apex, and that's really why they're like the bee's knees for the home run hitters. If you want your Top Step rocket scooter trading bot, oh really? Yeah. So what does it do? That's actually sounds pretty cool. You just have a trading bot that just longs at liquidity pockets. If you made a trading bot that longs at liquidity pockets and Top Step, I want it. Give it. I'll let that shit trade on my other computer while I sit here and trade the Tradeify. All the pivots. What is it? Is it an extension for your browser? Like, how does it work? Yeah, Gabriel, I'll get with you, man. That'd be kind of cool. I would literally program it just to trade LPs and I'd be done with it. Top Step has no consistency once funded. That's pretty cool. So having large days or letting runners run is something you could definitely do. Top Step is also end of the day drawdown, no trailing. Yep. All that is good, man. Wait, Sam, you passed your Apex for the first time? Dude, congrats, man. I love seeing you guys come in here and tell me you passing your accounts for the first time and stuff. That's great. I'm glad to see y'all crushing it. Top Step is quick. You can pass into it. Well, I mean, I've been trading Top Step for a little bit. I just abandoned it back in December because I started picking up, actually February. I started doing Tradeify. It's 50% consistency on the eval side, so you can pass it in 2 days. Does ETF do payouts on demand like Take Profit? In the live account, they do. In the funded account, I'm not sure. I mean, sorry, in the sim funded, I'm not sure how they do their payouts. Let me look. I should know that answer, but I don't. Let's go to the FAQ and see. Let's explore together, you guys. I love how the prop firms are really good. Elite account roles. Okay. You're basically Pro Plus now. Or you're basically a pro now. There you go, baby. Let's do it. All right. Where's the... Okay. Elite account roles. Roles. Load it up. Payouts. There it is. Okay. Looking for elite payouts here. Okay. There we go. Safety net, active trading days, and consistency roll. Okay. Payout cycle. Okay, so they have payout cycles. Looks like Tradeify has payout cycles as well. What is the payout cycle number of days? Which means you can only get a payout every so many days. And you have to hit the safety net first. Doesn't say what the cycle is. Oh, they're getting rid of the VPN rule at ETF. That's great because they had a lot of people complain that they got their payouts denied because they were trading on VPNs. But VPN is such a common, normal thing for a lot of traders, especially overseas. So I'm very happy to see them open up their doors to allowing you to trade with VPNs. That's kind of nice. Okay. Yeah, the profit split is not really a profit split in the sim to funded. They're just paying you less. There's no real profit that's being made. You have a 90-10 split on a sim funded account. They're just giving you 10% less just because they can. It's not real money that you made. I don't see what the window rule, the trading windows are with the cycle. How many days per cycle in ETF? I don't really see the number. Now in ETF, each cycle. What's the cycle time? 10 active days? Oh, 10 days. Oh, so it's very similar to Tradeify's old structure. And Tradeify just got rid of payout cycles altogether. The trend is getting rid of payout cycles. So ETF probably will ultimately get on that bandwagon too. Thanks, Icewild. 10 days. Okay, 10 days. You passed your third TPT yesterday. Very, very cool. You got your first top set payout this week, Andres. Dang, you guys. Crushing it. Crushing it. I love seeing it. You joined here at Rockseer 2 months ago, just passed 3 evals for 50K growth account last week. Guys, y'all are just crushing. Man, I want to like celebrate with y'all. I'm gonna. So, but in live accounts, you guys can get payouts on demand. So, you guys are great. Congrats, Moro. Congrats, all you guys. Congrats, Sam Lynn. Congrats, K-Spec. Congrats, all you guys. So your other question about why there's a push to live, because it's the least risk for the prop firm. You can call the push to live the Pat Whelan rule. Pat, Jade Cap, these guys are making these prop firms very scared to not push people to live. They've made so much money so rapidly from these firms that the firm is paying them from their own pockets. And it's very risky to the firm to be able to become insolvent if 3 or 4 traders both pop out $2 or $3 million payouts, you know, within a small period of time. And with the more and more, like, I guess, visibility of traders like that, not only getting big payouts, not a big deal, but getting a big payouts with tens of thousands of people watching them trade, more and more and more and more of you are making more and more money from the prop firms. That's the thing. So the idea that half of the people out there could be following Pat's trades and he gets a $1 million payout, or following Jade Cap trades, like, as more and more streamers are starting to figure out how to beat the system, there's more and more people out there following them, and it risks downfall of the prop firms. So like, they're basically pushing people to live as quick as they can, because now you're joining them in the market. If you're beating the Wall Street game, they want you to make money with them, not against them. And so, and a lot of the big influencers out there are like doing this arbitrage thing where they're trading one firm long and trading another firm short. And so you realize that when they're beating the sim funded program with means like that, they're not necessarily beating at trading. They're just beating the prop firm game. And the prop firms can lose a lot of money with low cost hedging using one prop firm against the other. And so there's a big push to like these prop firms to like regulate each other so they don't do that. Michael Paddock's trying to make a regulatory organization to keep traders from arbitrage trading, like longing one firm and shorting another. As they're competing to make their rules less and less hard, it's making it more and more exploitable and easier to get a payout. So the more you exploit, even though it's not illegal to exploit, it certainly is a big risk to them. Because imagine that you bought 90% off 20 ETFs and 90% off 20 Apexes, and you YOLO longed and shorted them, and one of them took you to the payout stage. Passed your PAs your first day, boom, 20 PAs. And then you got 20 PA accounts that only cost you $2,000. YOLO long it, it goes up. YOLO short another one, it goes down. Whichever one hits the target, you've locked in $100,000 payout. I mean, that's what they do. And they spend a lot of money buying these accounts and blowing up a lot, but then they get a big payout at the end of the day from that whole process. That is a reason to push people to live also. Because if you can't long one and short the other, it's fixed risk. There's unlimited risk in the sim funded. They can make unlimited money from you. But in a prop firm live account, they'll give you 10 or 15 or 20K dollars to trade. That's like shut you up money is what it is. So they push somebody to live and they give you a $20,000 or $30,000 payout, or sorry, trading account. That's better than you milking a $2 million payout from the company. So pushing you to live, they're now going in with you with limited risk. Let me just give this guy $30,000 and then ban them from my sim funded world, and then let them, build a $30,000 account up the best they can. If they blow it up, then they blow it up and they can't trade with us anymore. But I only lost 30 grand. As a prop firm owner, pushing people to live is a de-risk measurement for me. If I was to do that, that makes sense to you guys. But yeah, but like they started taking awareness of this when Pat got his huge payout in Apex. Now Jade Cap, another guy, got 2 million plus in Apex. There's another guy on Twitter right now. He's got 1 million plus sitting there in Apex. The companies are starting to get fearful that the traders are now going to be making these big chunks of money. And these are visible people that other people are copying their trades too. So that's why the push to live is such a big deal. So that's it. They're scared of Pat and they're scared of Jade Cap. That's what it is. So they started like bringing to light, how quickly you can beat the system. And so in live, they don't have like you have a fixed loss with the firm has a fixed loss with you when you're live. They give you your 20 or 30K and then you lose, you lose. You passed your Apex and your mom put your certificate on your fridge. Oh, that's cute. You put 25 in a Ninja Trader and turned it to 24,000 in 1 week thanks to me? Bro. Y'all are giving me way too much credit, but I really appreciate pat on the back. You guys I just showed you guys how to trade. Nothing to know yourself. I'm glad you guys are crushing it though. Does that mean the streamers will eventually become the prop firms? No, they never will. It's more advantageous to cheat the prop firms' rules to let them take the risk and you get the money than to become the prop firm. They would never get on. Anybody that's figured out how to cheat the prop firms would never get on the other side of the business, knowing what they know. There's so many ways to cheat the prop firms out of money. They'd rather just do that. And cheating is a legal thing. There's nothing illegal about prop firm arbitrage. It's like, absolutely not illegal. The firms can't tell you what you can or can't do with other firms, so they'd rather do that. You never understood why firms would experiment with giving multiple accounts to random traders versus giving all their money to certified, verified traders. Well, they did for a long time. Actual prop firms did that. Once you showed that you were a good trader, they would move you to a live account and you would just trade their money. That's the whole point of a prop firm. But the sim to funded thing was kind of like this Frankenstein version of what a prop firm was, to where they had an intermediate step where when you're passing your test, these companies like Earn to Trade and Top Step are like the granddaddies of the modern prop firm, came up with the idea of let's have an online prop firm and let's pay people on their test phase. Before we give them live money to trade with, let's just pay them. If they make it past the eval phase, let's just pay them money even before we give them real money to trade. And that was a revolution of itself. And they did that because it attracted so many people. Wait, I can only give you $100, but I can get $1,000 a payout if I win? What's the catch? There's no catch. Then we'll just design the program hard enough so that you don't win. And then that was great for a while until the prop firm explosion happened. Every prop firm came in trying to undercut each other with easier and easier and easier rules. And now prop firm, for your perspective as a trader, is a very lucrative thing for you. And it's not as easy for them to make money because they can't make the rules harder. There's a prop firm that starts every day that's trying to make the rules easier to attract customers. They're trying to steal market share from each other left and right. Which I don't understand why they'd be stingy when I ask them, like, hey, give me like 50 accounts. I can share them on my stream to bring you customers. We'll give you 6. I'm like, what the fuck? Enjoy being last place then. I mean, Jesus Christ, is market share is the name of the game in the prop industry. You want as many people using your brand as possible. Don't be stingy with them accounts. So, anywho, that's really what's going on over there. They give multiple accounts to random traders because they design it hard enough for you to always fail. But now they're not that hard anymore. They're much easier than they used to be. And the rules are competing to become easier and easier than your competitors. So you got to find other ways to squeeze you. And the answer is there isn't. So the only alternative is for them to go back to being what they used to be, live traders. So it's kind of like the competition has destroyed the sim-funded world, so it's not as lucrative as it used to be. Now they're trying to cap payouts and move you to live as fast as possible. You know why? Because that's what it used to be like. There's too many prop firms. Tradeovate made it too easy to start a prop firm. Tradeovate destroyed the industry by selling a prop firm API to everybody in town with a funding source. And now Sim2Funded is going to die within a year or two. It's not going to last. People are going to have, all these prop firms are going to be starting advertising, go straight to live, straight to live, straight to live. Pass an eval, go straight to live. That's what they're going to say. That's where it's going. Sim2Funded is a party that's going to end at some point. So enjoy it while it lasts. Competition is going to drive it to zero. The prop firms will become too easy that they're no longer going to pay Sim2Funded payouts. And it's an evolution, not a destruction, as somebody said. I agree with Entropy. I think it's better to do that. I think it's much better to do that. And I think the Sim2Funded thing got out of hand, and that most of the prop firms are no longer going to pay you Sim2Funded. They're just going to take the balance you've accrued and then roll it into a real account and give you a smaller real account to trade with, which is probably what they should be doing. The Sim2Funded now brought flies to the honey, and everybody's now doing it. But slowly but surely, you're going to see prop firms no longer pay Sim2Funded. That's going to go away. It's funny how TopStep CEO hasn't addressed Project X communicating between firms. Yeah, they removed it from their website and everything. That's very interesting. That's very cool. I'm curious to see who opens a class action lawsuit against TopStep on the conspiring to collude. In the fairness rules of business, I don't think it's entirely legal to collude with your competitors to fix the results of a contest. But what can I? I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. Do prop firms copy trades from their live accounts? They do. I was actually commissioned by one of the prop firms to build a copy trader for one of the prop firms. We ultimately didn't take the project, but people know Rocket Scooters, developers in the space, we were asked to build a copy trader because it de-risks them a little bit. If 70% of your customers are longing the market, then you need to long the market with them, such that if they win, so did you. If they lose, then you collected everybody's payouts, which was more than you longed. And then that's a hedging thing that they do. If you don't have a good copy trading for your firm, you're going to take abnormal amounts of risk. So yeah. They started as a way to capitalize on the failure rate of day traders. Yeah. And now they're actually all going to evolve into becoming real prop firms, which I think is great. I agree with Entropy. I think it's an evolution in the positive direction. the sim-funded simfluencer thing of the world is going to go away. And then you're not going to have your simfluencers be as popular anymore because the proof of their bad trading is going to come to surface when they can't manage to keep that funded account going. It's easy just to re-up your account. I mean, the simfluencers make 6 figures a month selling prop accounts, okay? It's easy to keep churning that machine for free money, but it's going to be really hard when somebody sits there and goes, hey, whatever happened to your Apex Live account? Where's your Tradeify Live account? What happened to your live account? And then there's no longer going to be able to hide inside of a sim influencer world. The simfluencers hiding inside the payouts of sim funded. Once you move live, you're now transparent. People will remember that you didn't last, and then pretty soon you can't trade anywhere. You know what I mean? So that's what's going to happen. Yeah, we got to milk the firms while we can. But at some point, they're going to move everybody to live, and then the real traders are going to be the only ones that are surviving that. Imagine when you move to live, they don't, you get banned from the sim-funded world. Imagine if there's no sim-funded world anymore anyways. Every time you move to live, you're basically cut off from that prop firm. So say that, like ETF moved me to live. I can't trade ETF funded account or sim accounts for like 3 years. So what if I went to live with every prop firm, right? I can no longer sim fund and say I blew them all up, then I can't trade anymore. There's no way I could fake that going further. So a lot of simfluencers out there are going to lose their jobs pretty quick in the prop firm evolution. And only the good traders are going to survive. Which is, I think, a great idea. There was a period of time when I was one of the only futures trading personalities there was on social media, a decade ago. And the prop firm explosion turned out all these popular sim trading kids into big names. And pretty soon the real traders are going to be the ones that survive. The ones that can take a small account and grow it up. So I'm hoping to see that us return to the glory days of only the good traders get the visibility. I think in a year or two, the question is going to be like, why haven't they moved you to live? How bad are you? It'll be the coolest thing to brag about live. It'll be bandwagon to be live. If you're not live, people will look at you like, where you're not live. Right now, people are looking at you. Why haven't you made $1 million with Apex yet? And so the sim funded race is still big. It feels like a bubble at this point, but pretty soon it's going to be like, why are you not good enough to go live? Where's your live account? And then the influencers will be yelling at each other. That's not a live account. That's a fake account. You're faking it. You're paper trading. And then we're going to go back to those days of them calling each other paper traders, which will be fun to see. Got along for ATH Entropy. My man, he's got it. I'm feeling the market being very stable in the close. But you want a live personal account. And the ultimate goal of you is, yes, you ultimately want your own live account with live money. You want live accounts with the prop firms, or you want your own account with live money. You need to be getting that 60-40 tax roll. These sim fundeds are going to crush you with taxes because it's like 1099, There's a lot of gatekeeping in the industry. Well, yeah, I mean, Top Step CEO is trying to build a moat around a select few competitors to make an organization to muscle out everybody. It doesn't fit their mold. Yep. You want your own account they can't touch? The ultimate goal is to milk from the prop firms and take that money and make your own account. That's the way to do it. So how is this market going to trade? I think this market's going to rally until Fed Day, until Wednesday. I don't feel anything at all like this. I'm scared of this market. And I watched me eat my words that I closed my option position too early. I didn't think I would hit 505 and 510 by next Friday. I still have my runner though. Did we miss the MHP bounce? It was like maybe 2 hours ago. I did because I was on that my funded show. The maps are very clean. Still very clean. Still very clean. Bullish market. So I'm talking today? I'm not sure. I didn't think he was, but maybe. You want to run down on options? You've been trading a year, you've never touched it. Continue never touching it. Options are cancer. Don't trade them. Don't even get involved in day trading options. It's one of the worst things you can get into, and one of the easiest ways to lose a lot of money even faster than everything else you're doing. Options are extremely difficult, and that's why it's not worth getting into it. There's no benefit for it either for the added difficulty. It's a cheaper way to gamble your money for newer traders to do. Swing trading options or hedging with options, yes. Selling option spreads for income, yes, but day trading options. An option is a contract you buy that represents, I'm gonna say, okay, there's a call option and a put option. A call option gives you a right to buy something, a put option gives you a right to sell something. It equals 100 shares of the underlying. So basically you buy a contract, it gives you the right to buy 100 shares of that thing at some point in time. And your option is going to have a price and a time that you need that price to be achieved at. I want to buy 550 QQQ calls, 550 for May the 16th. Okay, so then you're betting on that QQQ hitting that price by that time. And both of these things are a function of the premium of that option, the price of that option. So the value of that option is where you make your trade on. It's a function of, do you hit your profit target over what time and how it gets there. Hold on, IDOC's calling me. I didn't realize it's 1:30, guys. Time just flew by today. But yeah, options a function of price and time, and there's an added function of like how it gets there. And so people always say like this is like IV or Vanna sensitivity and stuff like that. The volatility is a big piece of this. So it's like you want to go from point A to point B over a period of time. Okay. If you go straight there, if you go straight there before the date, you have price number 1. If you go there over a period of time, you have price number 2. And if you chop your way over there, you have price number 3. Believe it or not, when you hit your price target, price 1 is going to be greater than price 2, which is going to be greater than price 3. So you're basically betting on options on you need to go to a place in a certain amount of time and it has to get there a certain way. If it gets there all like, willy-nilly like this, you're going to lose a whole lot more money on that trade per day until you get that price. Because if it goes straight there, you're going to lose less money over time. Options are basically like a bucket of water with a hole in it. The hole is called theta. And theta is a constant drain from the bucket. The closer you get to expiration, the bigger the hole gets. The closer you get to the strike price, the bigger the hole gets. So you have to fill the bucket up faster than the hole is draining, and that's known as delta. So the option has to move up in price fast enough, which is the faucet that fills the bucket, to offset the widening hole. So as the days go by, the hole gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So you need the price to get to the price faster so that your spout that's filling up the bucket is wider than the hole that's draining the bucket. So option is a speed and direction time. The more it chops to get there, the more problematic your trade is. So it sounds pretty complicated, right? Because it is. So yeah. So that's kind of what it is. Day trading options are better on the short term, like 0 days and 1 day to expiration, because you really don't have those effects. You're just basically gambling on a directional move. And day trading options isn't so bad as long as you're trading those nearer term expiration, because you're basically just risking a fixed amount of money and you either make something or you lose it all. And so maybe you have a $100,000 account, you want to day trade options, put $1,000 into each play. Maybe you lose 1,000, maybe you make 4. And so as long as you keep your risk fixed like that, day trading options is great. If you're swing trading options over long periods of time, it's an art form because you're predicting where it goes in a specific amount of time. My options, I closed early. I only made 50K on my 50K investment, but I closed them early because I didn't think I'm going to get my profit target in time, which means I would lose everything if I didn't. So I made a judgment call yesterday to didn't think I was going to get the 510 QQQ by Friday of next week. So I closed them out early. We're at 490. I've got 5 more trading days to get to here, and I didn't think it's going to happen. We got fed on Wednesday, so I'm like, ugh, I'm so close, but I'm not going to get it. So right here at the peak, I closed out for profit yesterday because I didn't think it would get there in time. The hole in the bucket's very big right now, and it's draining like 20% of that value almost every day. So I'm like, you know, on a big up day I had yesterday where I made like 80% of value, but then lost 20 by the end of the day, cut it out. So with options is very difficult, but if that is your game, just know that that's your game. A lot of people love it, but a lot of people that trade options don't understand that that's actually the game. They're just speculating on direction. And they're getting nuked by all the Greeks. But if your job is, if you understand volatility very well, you understand that how it gets there, the choppiness, okay, you can avoid that because you understand volatility. And you have a good gauge on direction and time. You can trade options very well if you know that you're trading 3 things at once. Where it goes, how long it takes to get there, and how it travels when it gets there is the actual options bet. Trading futures is just like, I'm buying, hopefully it goes up. And it's that simple. That's a lot simpler, yeah. As Entropy says, it's better not to understand everything about options because anyway, most people will lose their money. Yeah, pretty much. And so if you haven't day traded options, just know that as complicated as I said that it is, that it's a complicated hurdle. If day trading, it's hard for you to make money in futures. It's gonna be impossible if you make money in options because you got 2 other things bundled up in that trade. If you can't even pick direction right, like which price it goes to, how the hell are you gonna get timing and the method at which, or the direction? Sorry, if you can't get direction right, how else are you gonna get timing right and how it gets there right? Is it choppy or a straight run? You know what I mean? So options is a very complex thing that only became popular back in the day because it's very inexpensive to trade equities in the form of options. You know, you can take on $100,000 of risk for like a couple thousands of dollars by just playing options. So it means they're leveraged very highly. So people can go out there and buy out of the money options and 10 and 20x their money on a gamble or lose it all if they're wrong. But a lot of times people don't understand why they're losing it when they're wrong. They're usually losing it because of volatility effects and options and time decay effects of options and things like that. It's very hard to understand it in real time. And on that note, I need to go. IDOT called me. She said she's coming home with lunch. So, love you guys. Great trading day today. I'm up a pretty decent amount. It's told to me those trades, long trades this morning. Didn't have to really do much else for the rest of the day. That's the total, whatever this is. 32, 42, 45, 55, $6,000 Pretty good deal. I like it. Other than that, thanks for tuning in. We started boot camp in 1 week from today.
Market spinning in chaotic haze. Rocket scooter blast through the maze. Volume prediction shows the way. Leave the doubt and the phrase.
20 days, $20 for our boot camp. You guys want to learn everything I teach. It's only 20 bucks. It's $1 a day per class. It's by far one of the best things we do. Go read. There's hundreds of reviews, all 4 and 5 star. People love it. People in chat have finally said they got their first payouts and stuff. We teach risk management, market avoidance, how to be smart in this market. Hopefully, might be the missing piece for you guys. Start over in 2 Mondays. That's $20 you'll ever spend, probably. And you get to hang out with us live every afternoon. And don't forget to use code ROCKETSKID for all your platform needs. We have the best deals in town. Thank you guys. The more you guys use them, the more accounts we get to give out. Giveaways every single day. We'll see y'all tomorrow. More giveaways.
Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads no fear. No more guesswork, no more loss. Seeing past the others cross. Institutions will be seen. Predict the flow like a machine. Rocket scooter, you've got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see. Where institutions hide. Doubt can live where you reside. Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads no fear. No more guesswork, no more loss. Seeing paths the others cross. Institutions